Come on. Okay, it showed up there. Updated tier list? Soon probably. Send a test there. Make sure that comes up on YouTube. It did. Try this one more time. There we go. Okay, it didn't come up the first time. That's done. That's done. That's up. And let me tweet it out. Test. Okay, that's good. YouTube is up and running. This is an inaccurate number. Refresh this. Because it says 0, but I know that that's not true. It's being very picky with where it sends it. There it goes. My gosh. What a pain. Alright. It works. Thank you. And fighting Kazi with the follow. Thank you. How's it going? Quarantine? Yep. Yep. I'm playing in that and the End of Days in the same day. And there's no gap in between them. Rude. Bye. Yes. What you said. What was your letter? The air miles? Oh. Goodbye. The run back? Yeah, I don't know what my plan is, man. Playing Xianghua these days is not super fun for me. So I'm trying to find another character. She really, like, the way you have to play Xianghua now is not how I want to play Xianghua. And the way that I want to play Xianghua just doesn't work. Not anymore. Ugh. Used to.
Welcome to the stage of history retold.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think he's that good, but I don't know. I have some fun when I play him. So here's my dilemma, right? Here's where I get kind of caught up. So the way that I like to play fighting games in general is very slow. It's usually slower, more annoying, with like small bursts of offense. And I do play Xianghua that way. But the problem is you don't want to play her that way. You want to play her fast, you want to play her annoyingly, but you want to play like you're always at advantage, and you want to play her with just a lot of mid-throw mix-up. Whereas I prefer to use her lows. In general, I just prefer lows over throws. So, and not only that, the range that I play at, like, I'm just going to pick these two guys. The range I always find myself playing at is well outside of Xianghua's effective range. Well, actually, okay. So I like to play Xianghua, basically, like I'll do full crouch 3A, backstep. This is the closest that I want to play. Like, this is as close as it gets for me. And realistically though, you want to play in 2-2B range. This is not within 2-2B range. Okay. So, yeah. And I do a lot of stuff, like, I would say at this position on the screen is about where I play. and you can't really do that with X. So that's why you see me use a lot of this, like tipper range 66 AV, because I can space it really, really well. And same with tipper range 66 BB, because I space it really, really well. But that's it. Like this is basically all I do on the character, and then a little bit of this. But it doesn't work. It's not effective. Welcome back. And yeah, with Aswell, he either like you either destroy with him or get destroyed, and there really is no middle ground with the character, and that's sort of what holds me back. Excuse me. And so I'm kind of thinking, like, I know it would be a huge learning curve and like playstyles change, but I really, really, really should be playing a mid-range character in Soul Calibur. Like, that is 100% what I have done in every fighting game. That is what I tend to do anyway, even in like fighting games, strategy games, shooting games, RPGs, like you name it. I'm always playing more defensively, more passively. It's just how I like to play. I like to lame it out. I like to play slow, but I like to have options, and that's sort of what draws me to Xianghua over anyone else in the game, because basically people don't have the same amount of options that X does, and that's sort of where I run into the problem. When I try to play any of the other mid-range character, or any mid-range character rather, I always find myself just, oh, I just throw this button. I just throw this button. Like, that's, it doesn't seem good to me. It doesn't make sense to me. I like options. I like to use a lot of the character's kit, right? And so Xianghua is one of those characters where you want to use, or you can use a lot of her kit. Now, should you? No. And that's my reservation with the character, is I try to get way too fancy with the character when you really, really, really shouldn't. Like, the way that Incendiate and Sefukai play Xianghua is how you should play Xianghua, in my opinion. I will concede that notion, and that's honestly, that's probably why they have more success than I do. Is they're playing in a very basic mid-throw mix-up kind of Xianghua, which is super effective. But I can't really abide by that idea. I'm not good at it. I don't enjoy it. It's not fun for me. Now, I'm not saying that my playstyle is irrelevant. My playstyle is very successful, but when I'm dying to people just backstepping me constantly, or when I'm getting out-turtled, it causes me a lot of problems. And I have thought about Hilde. I really, really don't like the charges. Like, I've tried to get over that hump. I don't like not having access to my A moves and the B charge. I just don't like having access, or I don't like not having access to certain moves, and that's sort of my problem with Aswell as well. Is that there are times where I don't have access to the moves I need, and Hilde is very much in the same vein. Regarding Aswell's kicks, Capri, those are typically stances. His K attacks are all stances. They're used for getting access to different weapons, because Aswell, whatever weapon he recently used is the weapon that he has proper frame data with. The other two options that he has are a full 8 frames slower, which is a lot. And so the stances are just a way for you to get access to different weapons and different moves. But they're not very good, yeah. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense to you, Swords, but like, what I like about Xianghua is her options. What I don't like is how I want to play the character is relatively ineffective and weak. Like, for me, it's going to take me 1,000 years to actually kill you. Because I play so slow, I play so poke focused, and I use so many lows that it's just so irrelevant. Whereas I should be using mid throws. She has everything. Yeah. Well, that's yeah. That's the reservation, you see. So I really want to slow down my play, and I know it's going to be a learning curve, and I've accepted that, and I'm okay with that. There's nothing on the line anyway. Like even Wednesday night fights in NLBC, they're barely cracking $100 prize pool. So now's my chance to try to swap, or like I don't need to drop Xianghua. Like let's be clear, right? There's no world where I'm dropping this character. I still love this character, and she's still going to be an absolute terrorist in some matchups. But I am looking for another pick that is more comfortable for me in the mid-range. So just at face value, I keep thinking, and I need to, so there's some more criteria. I need to be able to have, like, even if it's a super boring move, but I need to have a good challenge button or a get off me button. So for example, with Ivy, the reason why I don't want to play Ivy is her 2A is I-16, and that does not work for me. Her having an I-16 and relying on the 2-2A and 4-4B lethal hits as her defensive options, I'm not about that life. And grabbing for punishment is very much an Astaroth thing to do, and Ivy, and I'm not about that life either. Tira, my problem with Tira is Jolly Tira. When I'm playing Tira, I'm playing her for Jolly Tira. If I wanted to play Jolly Tira, I would just play Xianghua. Because Jolly Tira does even less damage than Xianghua, her frame data is awful, and she can still get backstepped and outmaneuvered by good movement characters like Cervantes, Hilda, and Haomaru. So, there's no real point for me to pick Tira as much as I like this character. As well, he just doesn't have access to the tools, and it feels like the character carries you or kills you. It feels like it doesn't matter how good I am as a player, there's only so much Azul lets you do, and I've heard other Azul mains share that same feeling, and his movement sucks, and that's really unfortunate. The reason why I don't like Geralt is you can sort of he doesn't really have anything threatening. I'm not much of a grabber. I prefer lows, and his lows aren't very good. It's the same reason why I don't really play Zasalamel. I like this character, but his lows just don't do it for me. I really need to have decent lows. Like, I very much enjoy having a good low. I love what the lows do in the metagame. I work them into my game plan all the time. And Geralt's don't do it for me. And even his 2K is pretty awful. How would you best play around a stepper with a vertical-based character like Mitsu or Hao? I wouldn't say there's such thing as a vertical-based character other than Raphael, because he's designed that way, whereas Mitsurugi he doesn't have threatening horizontals, but he does have horizontals. And Haomaru has perfectly fine horizontals. The special move where I think it's like 214A. I think that move is really good. Catch step because it knocks down on run counter. Plus, Haomaru's 6B tracks really well and it recovers so fast, it doesn't even matter if you whiff it. But Rugi struggles to deal with step, that's why he's not in a great spot right now. That's definitely a problem. I dropped Talon because she doesn't play how I want to play her. I want to play her revolving around 6BK, but it doesn't really work. Not as well as I had hoped. Seongmina is also a fairly decent pick. However, she is so goddamn linear now. I just can't stand it. Like, it feels awful. Every vertical button is a twig, and it makes no sense. I hate it. It feels terrible. Yeah, and I don't really like the big boys in Orc, and I really perform their just frames on a consistent basis. I hate Astaroth, and Nightmare and Siegfried, they just don't have the speed for me. So, and I find Cervantes really boring. Kind of the same problem as Geralt, just super boring. So this is sort of where I am, is like The mid-range characters in Caliber just they just don't do it for me, man. So I'm trying to force a playstyle on a character that shouldn't be played that way, because the characters who should be played that way don't interest me, you see. That's the problem. I'm trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, essentially. Where it can like kind of fit if you force it, but it doesn't fit perfectly. So. A new character. No, we're not going to get a new character. If anything, it would be an old character. And I am also in the small problem of all the characters I mained in Soul Calibur 5 aren't actually in Soul Calibur 6. Which is funny. So, yeah. No, I don't like Setsuka's execution. Lizardman? Yeah, I played Aeon in 5. Played Aeon, Algol, Viola, and Leisha. And so if it's not Leisha or Xianghua, then it has to be one of them. Because I have played every other character on this roster in multiple Soul Caliburs, so I'm not unfamiliar with any of these characters. I know how all of them play. Except for like, you know, the DLC characters Grow and Aswell. Every other character is a returning character. So Huang I find super boring, which is super odd. He's just so dry to me. I don't know. He's cool, but it's boring. Who else? I mean, yeah. It kind of sucks because most characters in this game have more range than Xianghua. But they all have or lack something that I really desire, or they have a problem that I really just can't deal with. For example, Sophidia. I like this character. She has the kind of offense I like to play. She has really good lows and really functional lows. She has good movement and good lethal hits and punishment and defensive game. The only problem I have with this character, like, honestly, is she can't control step in the mid-range without getting punished, and that bothers me. That bothers me a lot, that her 668 and her 3A are both punishable. I don't like that. So, hold on. I need my sweater. I am cold. Yeah, so I'm trying to be open-minded, but the thing is, if I'm genuinely not having fun, I'm not going to play the character. Like, I feel like that's a no-brainer. And many of these characters that I'm like, okay, I'm just going to try it for a few hours. I barely get 5 games in and I'm like, wow, this is so boring. This is so dull. Yoshi. I find Yoshi super boring, which is super weird. Like, it's kind of the Huang problem, where even though they have a lot to work with, I find it so dull. I know, crazy, right? Baldo? No. Baldo's not, he's not a mid-range character at all. His neutral's not very good. His whiff punishment's good, but that's it. So, I played a lot of Amy in Soul Calibur 4. Back then, I didn't know that she was really strong. I don't like Amy in this game. If I was going to play Amy, I would just play Xianghua. So, same thing with Cassandra. If I was going to play Cassandra, I would just play Xianghua. Xianghua. It's his range. Well, his range is good, but his neutral sucks. Baldo's range isn't his problem, per se. He has different problems depending on if he's facing forward or backward. And they're abusable. He's very much Aswellian in that sense of, like, depending on what situation Valdo's in and whether or not he has meter, you play around him differently, and there's not much a Valdo player can do about it. Aswell has amazing range, safe buttons, can control step. He has everything I want in the neutral. But where Aswell struggles is on defense, and I don't need anything special. Just give me a standard 2A, and I'm fine. Aswell doesn't have that. Aswell has to basically soul charge or GI, and his reversal edge is awful. His post GI game is not very good at all, and yeah, you basically only soul charge every time with him. Ivy is kind of in the same boat. You either make a big read or you soul charge. Xianghua has an I-10, an I-10 crouch throw, a standard I-12 2A, and an I-12 vertical. So she has ways of just jabbing out. Like, here's the thing, I don't need a big payoff to stop your offense. I just need something to, like, counter hit you and be plus. Like a 2A, oh, I hit you, I'm +6, now it's my turn. Right? Like, that is more than fine for me. I don't need anything. I don't need to land her auto GIs. I don't need, you know, big tech crouches like Hilde or Talum. Hit you, B+, create space. Like, that's sort of what I like to do in general. Or hit you, do a burst of offense, and then create space. Geralt would be a great pick, but he's a bit dry. The fact that I can be backstepped as Tira is just really sad. Makes me not want to play her. And she has sort of that Sophidia problem where she can't stop step in the mid-range without being punished. Killick is a play. He has good lows. He has safe mid-range buttons. I don't like his soul charge, and his CE is really bad. And I think, my opinion, to play Killick, you have to know how to play Killick and then also soul charge Killick, and they're kind of two different characters. And I don't really. It's kind of like Tira. I like Jolly Tira a lot. I just frankly don't like Gloomy Tira. And Killick's kind of the same thing. I don't mind regular Killick, but I really don't like his soul charge. And that's where this character gets a lot of his power, in my opinion. So that holds me back. If Zas had good lows, I'd play him. But of course he'd have to lack somewhere else, otherwise he'd be really well-rounded and really good. So yeah, that's sort of my overview of my different problems with different characters. And why I'm having a really hard time. As well, I play because I know the character and I'm comfortable on the character, but I really don't think that he's quite right. I like Hilde, but I don't like not having access to things. That's pretty much my only problem with this character. Other than that, I like her. And I know you don't need to use the charge attacks, but the charge A5 is so strong, and charge B6 is so strong that you sort of really do want those moves, even if you opt to not use them too often. Yeah, CA5 is dumb as hell. Wall splat, ring out on counter hit, tech crouch, safe on block, good range. Yeah, so I just like Aeon. So Aeon is pretty decent in the mid range. Algol has good range. And Viola was the reason I liked Viola was because she was one of the only characters I had ever played at that time who was sort of a puppet character who had micromanagement. I really like puppet characters. I know they're like in 2D games, I know they're traditionally harder to play, but I really enjoy them. Because it's options, right? I'm all about the options, and so Viola had the most options out of anybody in the game, and so that's what attracted me to the character in the first place. Which is like, wow, I could do this, I could do this, I could do that, I could do this. And so I want that feeling, but in the mid-range. Like, I want to be able to be like, oh, I could throw this button, or I could do this button for this reason, or I can do this horizontal low, or I could do this vertical low that does more damage. And again, that's why, like, Sung Mina was really promising, but oh my god, you can accidentally dodge her buttons, and I hate it. Like, I hate it. Her stick just needs to be a little thicker. I hate it. Play Maxi, forehead. Shut up. Fear? Yeah. Yep. Am I gonna go fear into low kick, or am I gonna go fear into the mid into full combo? Yeah. Yep. That's all you had to do was fear 1k or fear 6b. Maxi's biggest issue? Pick one. His biggest issue is how he's designed just doesn't work. How he's designed just doesn't really work. He wants to be like the stance dancer, he wants to be constantly pressuring you and mixing you up, but you can't play him that way. You actually can't play him that way, because all the defender has to do is jab you out, or wait for super risky moves and risky strings to either step, duck, or block and punish. A lot of his stuff isn't even a mix-up, as in, he only has, I think it's 3 lows out of stance, and 2 of them are awful. His guard pressure isn't anything to write home about, whereas, like, just compare that 1-for-1 to Talim. Talim's guard pressure is fairly good, and she can be played sort of stance dancey, although I don't recommend it. Yeah, he doesn't do what he's designed to do very well, unless you are trying so incredibly hard that you are playing like 3 times better than your opponent to get the same reward. Like, that's where Maxi fails, is you have to put in so much time, so much work, so much effort to get the same or less reward than another character that just exists. Like, his neutral is not good. He's sort of relegated to 4 or 5 buttons in some matchups. Literally, that's not an exaggeration. Yeah. His biggest issue is he doesn't work how he's designed to work, because of how his auto GI game works to cover his stance options or his frame data. Galaxy Brain Maxi is S tier? Not even. Not even. Galaxy Brain Maxi is like maybe A tier. Maybe. A Maxi player has to try so hard just to be an average character. That's where he struggles. Like, if he ever does a green flash, just throw a decent range vertical or horizontal and you'll hit him. Literally, it's that simple. Or if he ever goes into back lower, you can reversal edge it if you want to, like, not even worry about countering the character. If he goes into, like, if he does, yeah, like, even just basic movement beats a lot of his stance game. Like, all you have to do is box step, back step, side step, and you'll avoid everything. Or side step duck, you'll avoid everything. Yeah. He tries so hard for so little reward. Which is too bad, because he could be a really cool character and really interesting. His neutral should be bad if his stance game is really good, though. So, like, I'm fine with the direction they went with his neutral. They nerfed it in 2 different ways. that makes sense to me. But his stance game doesn't work properly. So. Anyway. I don't know. I'm kind of just sticking it out with Aswell for now, although I'm already starting to feel the pains of playing the character. But I enjoy him, so really I guess that's what's important. But man, playing defense with this character feels awful. Yeah, if his transitions were better, like even if the moves themselves didn't change and his transitions were better, that would help a lot. He doesn't have an auto GI throw. Hello? I'm not sure what you're thinking of, but his only attack throw is this, which is not an auto GI, but it is a low. And then there's this, but that's not a throw at all, just a move. It's not cheap at all. It's minus 20 on block. It's a vertical, steppable, and it doesn't auto GI everything. And he loses the weapon that he's in by using this. So now, in this current state, his fastest move is 18 frames. That's why, see, that's why Axe Low is really overrated. Because if you're wrong, and it's blocked, you're minus 20 plus, like it's launch punishable. And he's weaponless. Yeah, it's a vertical. You can step this. The vertical, it's launch punishable. Yeah. Yes. And even if you couldn't, it doesn't matter. It's launch punishable. So in no world is it cheap. And again, because he is weaponless, it makes it even riskier than any other character's launch punishable move. Because, like, if I use any, for the record, any of his weapon arts, so the sword toss, launch punishable, axe low, launch punishable, shield auto GI, launch punishable. If I use any of those moves and any of them are blocked, Aswell does not have access to any move faster than 18 frames, which becomes his 5A. Okay? His 2A becomes 20 frames, and it's not even a real low. He doesn't have a 2A. He doesn't have a 2K. He doesn't have... The only option he has is this, which is 12 frames, but it's awful. You're never going to see this used. The range is okay, but again, it's very punishable. I think it's like minus 16 on block, or 14. And this move, which doesn't do any damage at all, and again, guess what? It's launch punishable if you block. So, Aswell weaponless is the absolute worst character in the game by far. Like, his GI game sucks, his reversal edge game sucks, he's forced to soul charge, and he has no way to deal with pressure. So the reason why I'm saying all this is if Aswell does, you know, let's just say the shield thing, and you block this and you launch him and you put him in an Okizeme situation, you can force a ton of pressure on that Okizeme situation, and there is absolutely nothing Aswell can do. Geralt's decent. Hello. Yes, he's worse than Mitsurugi, he's worse than Baldo, he's worse than Maxi. Weaponless Aswell is the worst character in the game, second to none. Like, it's not even debatable. Because of how insignificant his options become, or how slow they become. For the record, this is why I haven't been playing Soul Calibur. People keep asking me, is because I sit here for over 5 minutes at low ranks. Imagine what it's like at high ranks. Noob Stomper? A little bit, but he beats a lot of high ranks too. Geralt's a good character. Why do you think Geralt's a bad character? He's a bit dull, but he's good. And with Aswell matchup, what makes it hard to learn in the first place is you have to fight the different stances of Aswell differently. So, that's where people kind of struggle. Also, as a side note, the reason why I play in Spear the most as Aswell is because that's where he has access to his consistent lows. Because Axe only has 2 lows. One of them is this, and the other one is his 9A, and this is arguably reactable. Sword doesn't have a single low at all. And so you're left with Shield, which has 1A, which isn't that bad. Full Crouch 1A, which is pretty good, and then 1B, which is also pretty good. So, this is why I play in Spear the most. The problem with Spear is it has no move faster than 18 frames. So, I'm basically playing, a shittier Siegfried. Or a Sung Mina without 2A or 5k. You lose with him more than any other character? That's because he's the character above all others that rely on good fundamentals. Geralt's bullshit factor is like -2. If you're not good at Soul Calibur fundamentals, you're not going to be good with Geralt. Basically. Kind of the best way to think about it. And just because you lose with him the most doesn't mean he's the worst character. He has one of the best horizontal mids in the game. His grab range is the second farthest in the game on a consistent basis. His whiff punishment's really good. His pokes are good. The only thing he lacks is mix-up and any decent combo damage. Yeah, he's a very flexible character. You can't really go wrong with picking him into anybody really, other than like maybe Nightmare. His armor busting moves are not very good. Or 4A. Yeah, his 4-4A is cool, his 4A would be good, but they're both punishable. Unfortunately. If Geralt was safer, I might play him, but moves I like on him are all punishable. Just his 4A and 4-4A, they're both punishable. Or like his 4B, punishable. On Girl, it's good as like an 8-way run move with punish. But it's never really worth using. It's very slow. Typically, if you're 8-way running, your punish should be 6-6 BB or 3-3 BB or 3-3 B. Not 4-4A. All that time. Yeah, honestly. This lethal hit is pretty good. But it's only good if you're in swords. Otherwise it's too slow. The worst move. I mean, that's subjective. Some moves are designed to be just awful. Be better to ask or answer like the worst move for every character. Azul's bad. Yes, but no. Hey, Thrill. How's it going? Yes, but no. So, where Azul struggles at high level is he struggles on defense. And so if you know how to approach the character, you should really just go very aggressive. And there's really nothing the Azul can do about it. And then if you're decent at just playing away, like if you can play outside of this range, because at further ranges of it, it doesn't do the attack throw, like right here, right? If you can deal with axe low, it doesn't have anything else that's scary. Swords has no lows and no mid that's a threat other than this move. So you can just duck it and step it a lot. Axe can't prevent step even when your opponent is -4. So what that means is I can't do like, if I do this into this, I can actually step block it. Okay. Even on hit. So there's that. And shield, you just want to play fast, and even if he auto-GIs you, these auto-GIs don't do anything other than reset neutral. They actually don't do anything, so don't worry about them. All they do is they're sort of cover up for him not getting swatted out, but they don't give him anything at all. And because shield sucks so much in terms of startup frames, it's basically your turn as the opponent. So So the way Aswell has to play every matchup changes too. So the onus is kind of on him, like depending on which weapon is good where. So for example, if you're playing against a really aggressive character like say Talum, or one of his worst matchups, you basically are relegated to playing only in sword. And that's basically all you get to do. Or if you're playing against Nightmare, basically no sword moves actually bust through armor, other than I think just this. That's it. 2-2B? No, it doesn't. So against Nightmare, it's basically like you can't even use this. But you can use his 3B, you can use 6-6B, and that's kind of it. Like, he just... Aswell has to work pretty hard to play every matchup optimally, and he doesn't have just a baseline kit to work with, other than when you've got the opponent in Oki off of this move right here, and even then, staying down and rolling to Aswell's left is what you want to do. Because if you roll left, typically the 6-6B will whiff. Or no, sorry, the 3B will whiff. The 6-6B will hit you, and the axe low will do nothing. And remember what I said, even on hit, this is fine because he's minus and weaponless. Okay. So. It's not that he's bad, it's just kind of like Maxi. To fully get maximum value out of this character requires so much effort, and even then his defense is just so bad that he just straight up loses to heavy rushdown. Then there's really nothing he can do about it other than try to jab you out with swords or auto GI you with shields. So, but yeah, Aswell's defense is pretty bad. But he has safe buttons in the Nooch, like this is huge, and it's safe. This is huge, and it's I-14, but more like I-16 at range. So again, it's like, you can use this button, sure, it's a mid, but like, guess what? You could just play Astaroth and use 5BA. Or you could play Nightmare or Siegfried and just use AGA. Like, you know, this, even though this move seems really good, you think about what other characters have access to, is like, that's not enough. What is Aswell Xianghua's worst moves? What moves are good? Xianghua has a lot of really good moves, or most of her moves are good. The only bad moves that she has are basically the Quake, her 1B, and her 4-4A plus B. Everything else is somewhat serviceable as a move. That's literally it. Just avoid those 3 moves and you're pretty good to go. 4-4A plus B is punishable for no reason, really slow, and insufficient when 4-4A exists. This move is just like way better than this one. 1B is just a joke. It whiffs on standing opponents all the time. It is launch punishable on block for only 16 damage, and the combo you get on counter hit is awful. And it shows it's a tech step, but it doesn't step jack all. And then her Quake is just not worth using ever. And Aswell has a very, very small moves list. And I wouldn't say any of his moves are actually bad inherently, on purpose. Like, they're all designed to be fairly good moves because he only has access to certain ones at certain times. But I would say maybe his... probably this move. This move is really bad, and when he... oh god, what is it? It's Almighty only, I think. Yeah, this move. Like, that move is such a joke. Like, the fact you have to be an Almighty to get it, it doesn't even have iframes. Like, it's awful. Does Maxi lose to Rushdown? No. You want to let Maxi swing into you. Because Maxi against Rushdown can use his 6A plus B, which is try this, and just duck everything. What not to do as his ass player? Zaz is very much about playing the opponent. No, Aswell's defense is poor because he doesn't have a single defensive option. So why would you mention Maxi? Maxi has a 12 frame 2A. He has a really good tech crouch move that's safe. Maxi's neutral sucks, but that doesn't mean his defense sucks. They're not the same thing. Defense and neutral are not the same thing. At all. The thing with Zas is, like, you have to see what the opponent can deal with and what they can't deal with. Like, if they know how to deal with the 3A series, you should probably refrain from using it so much. If they're not GIing when you use 6A, that's really good. You should use it more often. Yeah, Zas is pretty heavy on the PvP aspect of the game. Aswell was like Maxi. I don't think so. I said worse than Maxi, not like Maxi. What if the other player is fundamentally better? You could say that about any matchup. If another player is like better at fundamentals, so their movement is better than yours, their neutral is better than yours, then you have to start pulling out like mix-ups or gimmicks. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? This is why I haven't been streaming or playing Caliber. This is the reason I'm still in queue. It's because of where I live, really, and the lack of players. West Coast Canada, I can really never connect to East Coast players. It's just a terrible connection most of the time. So if the West Coast and the middle aren't playing the game, then but improve on the fundies. But yeah, so what you want to do is you pull out the mix-ups. You pull out mix-ups, you pull out knowledge checks, and every character, for the most part, just has... every character has moves that you can sort of fall back on. And in the case of Zasalamel, typically his... like, if they're up close... well, he swapped his ass. If a player is better than you, you have to start using the moves that don't really have counterplay. Okay, so for example, if you're playing Zasalamel, for A plus B, okay, this move is sick. This move is sick as hell. It tracks a little bit to his right. It is 0 on block for no reason. Does a lot of guard damage. I think it's 12%, 11 or 12. And on hit, it goes into palm for 52 damage and a free curse. 12, thank you. So this move is one of those moves where if they're sort of close-ish to you, you can use it and for free, and it's 0 on block, which means that like it's neutral. So either way, it's a lot of guard damage. So it's a really good move. Or same with this move. This move's really good. Or finally, or like, yeah, so that's just one example of a move that cannot be dealt with. Like you cannot deal with it, right? Those are the kind of things you want to use when you're seeing that your opponent is better than you. Like just default moves. Even a base 6k. I wouldn't use 6k because it is punishable, but 3k, you could use a lot of 3k. Talame 6. Yeah, Talame 6 is a high, but it's a double high jailing string and it's 0 on block. It's so good. It's such a good move.
I'll give you a lesson in
Battle 1. Fight.
So every character has moves that you can just fall back on if you're getting outskilled, which some people, if I say that sentence, some people would think like, oh, so like how is there even skill in Caliber? Wouldn't good players just always use those good moves? Yes, but no. So the reason why that's not always the case is sometimes those moves, they're good, but they're not the best, right? Like they're not the best choice for a given situation. And so that's where you can, like, they're still good moves and you can use them. Oops, you can still use them a lot, but you don't necessarily only want to use those moves to mix the best moves with the best players. That's not how it works. So G2. It's not the problem he's a G2. It's more that he just wasn't really blocking.
What an interesting reaction. Thanks to you, my research has made
Good connection though. Great connection, actually. That was awesome. Can't see clearly what he does. That's totally fair. That's totally fair. I was the same way for a while. But yeah, his buttons are big, which is nice. So you can kind of use him as a zoner, but the problem with Aswell is his guard damage isn't that good. Like if Aswell's guard damage was just a couple points higher, you could actually play him like sort of a guard break character. But that is unfortunately not the case. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So moves that are good to fall back on are good, but they're not always the best. Aw, and then I go to this connection. This guy's connection is just awful with me. So
Battle 1. Fight.
it's always him. You guys have seen him before. By the way, after one of my last streams, I went through the VOD and I went to every time I found a match, excluding sets, and I only found the same 4 players last time in an 8-hour stream, and all I did was rank queue the whole time.
Battle 2.
Experts, yeah, exactly. Smack my head, indeed. Oops. didn't mean to hit it twice. Nice, good duck. Ah! Aswell, where are you going? Yes, actually. That's what hitting the 1K does for you, is it gives you monetization. And I didn't know this, it actually backtracks too. So now I'm earning from... Wow, that was... What a tech crouch. I'm earning from both YouTube and Twitch now, which is cool. Hey man, that's what my Metafy is for. Buy PSN. I have a PlayStation. Wow. I don't like the environment. Like the TV behind me is where I play PlayStation, and where I have to sit for it, like it's really high up, so it's great for movies and shows, or like immersive games. Like I'll play a lot of single player games on there, but when it comes to like fighting games, I'm so far away from the screen that it just feels weird to try to play with like good reactions and stuff. I swear I alright, but I guess not. Haha. Aww. Yes, that's correct.
I have grown used to my enhancements. You battle one. Fight.
Read, yeah. And like again, the onus is on me to get all the right calls, and it's a little annoying because like his buttons are huge, and I love his neutral options. It's just that they're so non-threatening. Like all you have to do is block against Aswell when he's not in Axe, and that is it. Like his guard damage just isn't there, and he doesn't have threatening lows. Like it is actually that simple. People don't really believe me or other Aswells when they say that. What do I use to read the chat? My phone. So, you know how I have YouTube and my Twitch linked, right? Well, that's... My YouTube can show up on Twitch, which means I can use the Twitch app on my phone to keep chat open without my phone turning off. Ah! That's tragic. Aww. Try again. Yeah, Yoshimitsu is a good character. Okay, come on. What? The Dingy Eye? That's wild. Oh no, Aswell! Where are you going?
To reach my goal, fight.
Uh-oh. It's almost really bad. Splat. Splat, splat. Wow, Aswell, where are you going? What is this? Oh. Bitch. Fudge. No way, bro. No! That was so bad. Bitch. What? Yeah. I committed to the second hit. Thanks. No. Bitch. Saved you. You're welcome.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Interesting reaction. Thanks to you, my research has made advances.
It's a good thing. Yeah, that's true. Most people only see the strengths of a character. Yeah, so you're able to enable monetization for all videos. Now it doesn't go back in terms of viewership, but I do have a lot of my earlier videos that still get views today. So I didn't know that it would actually backtrack. I thought it was only my content going forward. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, you just sidestep it post flash. And so the other thing I did is, because my Twitter handle and Twitch were different, in some of the videos, like when I was under a different sponsor, I went through and I updated all of them as well. So unfortunately, I think in 2 of my videos it kind of messed up the description. So for example, my anti-maxi guide, it used to have timestamps, now it doesn't. But no one's, like, I looked at the, specifically for that one, I looked at the data after the fact, because I didn't even think about it, or I would have just done it manually on that specific video. But I looked at the data, and only 12 people have watched it in the last month, so I was like, okay, I think we'll be fine. So I updated with the Metafy link for coaching, and then my Twitch, Twitter, and Discord. So all that stuff is, and then I enabled monetization for all of it, so it's all enabled and ready to go. Yeah, Twitch, I unfortunately am not partner because I don't get enough concurrent viewership, which is like super dumb because I play Soul Calibur. Like, for Soul Calibur, the community is so small and the viewership is so small that like none of us are ever breaking over like 40 viewers or 50 viewers. So we can never hit that 75 viewer concurrent viewership status, which is super shit. Because if I was partnered, then there'd be proper ads on my Twitch and I would make more for it, but right now it's only like certain ads and I don't get really anything. But the primes give me money, the subscriptions, of course, the bits, all of that stuff, of course, still gets money. But YouTube, every single time you watch it, I'll actually gain some sort of monetary value for it. So in that sense, YouTube is the better outlet for me right now. But I just stream to both, and I still make videos. So yeah. This matchup is just like awful for as well. Delay 1A. Hey Libel. How's it going, man? This guy's timing is the same no matter what. Duck. Yep. Interesting. It's been so long. See, someone said that again. It's only been a week. Oh, he left, bitch. It felt like longer to me too. I'm like, man, I've only played XCOM for like 3 weeks. No, it was only a week. Like, wow, okay. Hey, Barry. The COVID dilation effect. Honestly. I can only have one emote right now, unfortunately, and it's currently set to dumpster fire. And yes, this move, so shield stance, AB, the second hit on counter hit, is a bounce effect, yeah. I've looked at what you get off of it. You really don't get much. Unless you're in Soul Charge or Almighty, then you get something for it. But if you're not, all you get is this into this, and then 6 XP. Maxi auto GIs and gets a combo. Gets a poke. Well, so Aswell doesn't get anything off of like these ones. These ones just reset neutral. They don't actually do anything. But this one just gives a really good chunk of damage into Oki. That doesn't matter because remember, he's weaponless. Remember that. Maxi, if he does neutral guard where he puts the nunchucks across and that's a vertical auto GI, you can actually re-GI that, but he does have break attacks to counter that. And when he does his horizontal auto GI, PSL, he actually gets a lethal hit that you cannot re-GI. So Maxi's auto GIs are better than Aswell's. They should be better than Aswell's. Cowboy goes bang. But yeah, they're different functions. With that said though, most players aren't ready for Aswell's auto GIs, so they're basically plus. But they are actually 0. Believe it or not. Wow, imagine having a functioning backstep. Couldn't be Aswell. Now you listen here, mister. If I win, you should be upset. Aww. Bummer. He should get a weapon? Yeah, I agree. On block though? Yeah, sure. He should lose the weapon. But... Aww. I mean, yeah, I'll get the same players because I'm playing a lower, or I'm only D2 on my Aswell. The player base of SC6, the reason why it's kind of dwindling is because the online netcode's not very good, and players, it's either that and or players in the same boat as me, where we don't feel like there's a reason to play right now. Because see, as a competitor, there's no reason for me to really play because, oh my gosh, he's just constantly using that move. Fine, I'll only play in swords. Yeah, and just punish it. Okay. We don't step those, apparently. What was I saying? As a competitor, it's a struggle for me to play this game because there's nothing new for me to explore. A lot of players aren't playing the game right now, and so there's very little for me to, like, very few people for me to spar with, and there's not much of a benchmark for me to meet, and just that kind of stuff. As a content creator slash streamer, there is still a reason, of course. Gives me a good opportunity to try new things, explore other characters, etc. The problem that you're seeing,
Is I have grown used to my enhancements.
Xlo Oki, the problem is the players that I get even on my Xianghua are not competitive. So it makes it super, super dry and super boring. But yeah, Busio with the follow, thank you. How's it going? And so yeah, on players right now, it's either the netcode or the fact that there's no reason to play the game because it's been quite a while without a murmur. Now, I know people might argue like, oh, Huang only came out like 2.5 months ago. But the thing is that people who argue that also need to recognize the times. Players won't be as willing as, say, me to just constantly play Caliber and come back to Caliber even after taking a break from Caliber. Because as it stands, now that people have played the Guilty Gear Strive beta, even if they didn't really like the game, they have now gotten a taste of a from the ground up built rollback netcode, as in Arc Systems developed their own rollback, which is even better than GGPO. So the problem is now people have been treated, if you will, to what online could be like. So now they're like, well, fuck it. I'm not going to play Caliber because, you know, that experience is just awful by comparison. And so, yeah. When people aren't playing the game, I don't have anyone to play against. And then when tournaments come around on like Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, people just kind of pop out of nowhere, but then they don't really, like, they're not really up to stuff. They don't really, because they haven't been playing, and it's just, so it's not fun. Like, even the competitions aren't competitive anymore. And that's my problem right now. Can you block, please? So my point is, oh yeah, so back to my point about people who are like, well, it's only been 2.5 months. Yeah, that's true. However, you have to recognize that that was the end of Season 2. Like, Huang was the completion of Season 2. And so therefore, technically, we don't know if there's even going to be a Season 3. And especially given that it's COVID and the funding is maybe not there, or like, I know Bandai is working on a new project altogether that Harada's doing. It's not a fighting game. But so maybe the funding is like being pulled from other places, right? Right? It's just like, we don't even need confirmation. We just need to know if there is something. Right? That's, I know I'm not the only one who sort of feels that way right now, is we don't feel like there's a reason to play this game, to support this game, if this is the end of it. And then you have the people who are like, bro, don't say Soul Calibur's dead. We kept it alive for years with Soul Calibur 5. Please. Calibur was barely holding on with the tiny-ass scene that only the eastern United States were still running. You can't tell me. That's like saying Skullgirls is alive and well. No. No. There are so many fighting games that still have the smallest communities. That does not mean that the game is not dead. Like, fuck off. I think people think a game is dead way too literally. No game is dead unless the servers are shut down. Like, that's the reality. Why am I losing? Because I'm talking. But whatever, doesn't matter. So yeah. I don't like the train of thought that people who are arguing, like, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It's only been 2.5 months, don't worry about it. Excalibur survived before. Like, yeah, but back then we had offline. Like, let's also remember that, okay? Back then, you could run Summer Jam events, you could run NEC, you could run locals and stuff and keep these small games alive. But if games don't have good netcode and if the community dies, that's it. Like, there is no more game. And Caliber does not have a vibrant enough community who would be willing to play online, or even Parsec, frankly, enough to keep the game going. Like, that's just the reality. So. Uh-oh. I stepped, bro. Oh wait, it's a horizontal. Never mind. Never mind.
The battle is over.
Never mind.
Fallen who fought so bravely.
Over already? Oh well.
So, all that to say, I recognize that Caliber survived through a lot before. I get that. The problem is you don't have that offline outlet to play the game. Therefore, and the other thing is, the people who kept it alive back then were people who were new to the game, so they were interested. But now that we've already been playing the game for, you know, over 2 years, people have had their time with it, right? People have had their fill. People like Saiyan and Linkors, and Party Wolf and Sefukai, they all played Soul Calibur 5 even after it was dead. But the thing is, that was their first real, not Sefukai, but the others, that was their first real go at Soul Calibur competitively. So, of course they were going to keep it alive. But when most of those players, not most, when a few of those players I just listed have no interest in Soul Calibur 6 anymore, Linkors specifically, like, without that same crew who kept it alive before, it's not going to stay alive now. See? That's the thing. I mean, sure, like, I'm involved now, but I have no interest in old games or dead games. So for me, I would just, if we were to be told that, you know, Caliber is finished development, I'm not gonna, wow, that was fucking sick. Oh my god. I would move on to a different game, probably Tekken. I know Tekken's not great, but it's a 3D game, and I prefer 3D over 2D much more. And that game actually has money, a following. I don't like it as much, but the reason I don't like Tekken as much is because I actually have Soul Calibur. If I didn't have Soul Calibur as an option, I feel like I'm probably more open-minded to the game. By the way, this is why Aswell sucks. I'm losing to a D4 Cassandra who's mashing in my face. And there's very little I can do about it. And this is just how the matchup goes, even in higher level. So, just by the way. So anyway, that's my spiel.
Claim victory.
And yeah, again, it doesn't even need to be an official thing. It's just more like, even just a tweet from the team being like, hey, I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're enjoying our game. Here's a piece of artwork, you know? Like, anything. Like, anything. Also, step crouch block against Nightmare can be good. I wouldn't try to prevent it with 3AA. That move is launch punishable. So be careful with that. Just by the way, I would use 4-4A instead for your Nightmare Hori mid, or 2-2A. Don't use 3AA. It's not worth it. It's not worth the risk. Ever. Oh my god. As players don't know how to. That's true. G is the throw button. Yeah, exactly. As well as 4-4A is +2 on block. Does it matter? No. Why? Because he's in shield. Imagine being weaponless after throwing your break attack. Couldn't be as well. Such a joke. Why? Like, there's no reason to make him weaponless after his break attacks. It's bullshit. It's so unfair. Gives will screech if you imply a Discord fighter has dwindling community. Good point. Good point. Sam Show is dead. Like, I would say Sam Show is dead, but then Sam Show players would be like, meh. Okay, look, don't take me so literally. Holy shit. I've played dead games, trust me. Atlas Reactor, my favorite game of all time, even more than Soul Calibur. I was one of the best in the world at it. Dead. Why? Because I would wait an hour in queue, and there were only at any time like 40 concurrent players. That's a dead game. Oh my god, it lagged, bro. No, Aswell doesn't deal with rushdown at all. Mashing is her game plan, yeah. She has a ton of plus on block strings and moves. Like, over 8. Whereas the standard is you might have like 2 plus on block moves outside of Soul Charge. She has 8.
It is like the sweetest nectar to me. I could never grow tired of the human race.
So, I hope that makes sense. If you're on Twitter or Discords or you hear on streams, I don't care what fanboys say about this game. Very few people have played this game as much as I have. Very few people put the amount of time into this game that I have and dedicate content towards the community. There's like 0 content creators for Calibur. So, when I'm sitting here watching people who don't even play the game really at all anymore be like, Calibur's not dead, it's only been 2.5 months, meh. It's like, yeah, well, it's easy for you to not be worried when you don't even care or you don't even play the game. But when this is your life, when this is like, and again, I think I'm probably the only real example left where this is my life. Like, this is my only hobby. I have 2 games installed on my laptop. This is one of them. Like, this is my only source of income, and it's still taxable, but my other income's from the government, so I have to pay that shit back eventually. Like, when Calibur has given you as much as it's given me, you can't help but be like, okay, hello. And yeah, the fact that you know, people have now tasted good netcode, and a bunch of devs are actively working on improving their netcode, which is awesome. But then something like King of Fighters 15, they were always avoiding the question of rollback netcode, and then there's no way rollback's gonna be in Calibur 6. Are you kidding me? Yeah, right. Okay. Fuck. Six AA. Yeah, me not GIing 6 AA. Come on. But I mean, I am playing as well, so really, who cares? No wall splat? No follow-up? Okay, he's literally just 2-2-ing off cooldown. It's kind of hilarious. Ow. It doesn't need to be a Season 3 confirmation, it doesn't need to be a trailer, it doesn't need to be a character, it doesn't need to be any of that. But when, and again, like, without being told for sure that Okubo just couldn't make the round table, or without being told for sure Caliber is still receiving funding, that's, like, that's, you know, a lot. We just need information, communication, that there is still support for Soul Calibur. And then people are so bold to be like, but Zedd, haven't you seen that We Up or We Play thing that has, you know, 20 or 50k prize pool for Calibur Invitational only? I'm like, yeah, but you know how much in advance that's been planned? Like, that would have been planned well before, you know, Okubo would have been like, yeah, JK. Right. It's just convenient timing. Like, that's just an outcome of the matter. Trust me, like, when it comes to planning events like that, it would be months in advance. Welcome back. So... Excellent. The grind begins, my friend. Yeah, I do. Nice. So those are my thoughts on, like, Calibur's, just my opinion of what's going on. Frankly, I'm not an optimist, because, like, I just don't, I'm not an optimist, because, like, the player numbers on Calibur have been quite low, like, very low, even compared to fighting games that are older and considered more dead. Calibur was supposed to get a world tour in 2020, but it was of course canceled, so, you know, that was scrapped. And, you know, with the new project that Bandai started, it could be possible that they moved over, oh look, the lever. It could be possible that they moved over some of the assets and shrunk the dev team down, which, you know, there's basically no OG characters left. Games for a bit? Sure, man. Nice, we got a sec. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's no OG characters left that matter. Like, people keep saying Rock. Yeah, no, Rock's not happening. And if he does, he'll be like a wrestler, and he probably won't be that good. And then there's Aeon, Algol, and I think that's it. So they would have to make new characters, which requires a lot of effort and a lot of assets and time and money. Oh look, he's gone. Fucking loser. I have zero respect for you if you just leave like that. Yeah. That's the second time he's done that to me too. That's how I know it's consistent. Or that it's not just a drop connection. I am not optimistic.
Welcome to the stage of history.
But it is what it is.
As well.
Time to save the human race.
Practice mode while queued. You go into training mode, and then when you hit a left or right bumper and you navigate the menus, you go to standby settings and you turn on. And then when you're done that ranked match, you can go back to the training mode.
Can cut even the frozen air in two.
So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not optimistic, and if this game goes down, I'm jumping a Tekken because I don't like 2D games. I'm not good at it, and I don't really have fun playing it. They're usually too fast for me. I don't really like Tekken's balance, but it's 3D, and then I remember when I went on Tekken, I was just smashing people at the low and mid ranks with only caliber fundamentals, so I know I could be tournament like decent in that game quite quickly. Wow, I whiffed. And my sponsor, Luminary, has a Tekken branch, so it wouldn't be a far cry to be like, hey, by the way, I'm not playing Caliber. Or if I do, it'd be like a small side game. Oof. ICFC? What is that? Oh! That was nice. That's a good idea. I like that. No! Polish? Maybe. No, I play Elisa. The thing, yeah, so I've said this before, like, for me with Tekken, I don't find it very fun. I find the gameplay loop to be a bit dry, but it's because I'm so spoiled with the weapons fighter of Soul Calibur. I was really lucky there. So again, if Calibur was like just to be like, no, we're done, then it's just not an option, so I can't make comparisons, right? Tragic. This guy, by the way, he changed his name, so I won't say who he is, but he lives in Oregon. So his connection's really good. I play him all the time in tournament. He's just restarting. So these are good games. Even though that seemed kind of easy, no. We have good games on the screen now, chat. Let's go. It only took an hour and 45 minutes. Actually, while he's doing that, I'm gonna run and use the washroom real quick. Hold on. Okay. Oh, he changed his name.
Welcome to the stage of history retold. As well.
So, needless to say, I am hopeful that
Time to save the human race. Cry and I answer.
or I'm wishful that Caliber gets a season 3 because I'd like to continue playing it, but at the same time I'm not optimistic it will. And even if they, like, the argument of, like, if it's conclusive that Caliber isn't going to get any more updates, the argument is, well, why would Caliber die? There's a bunch of fighting games that, you know, are still alive that don't get updates. But what you have to remember is Tekken exists, and rollback netcode exists. And in an online environment, you know, you're going to go to the games with the better netcode, or the games that you get more games to actually play, or if you're a competitor, you're going to go to where the money is. Like, that's just how it is. That is a fact. Okay? So, that's the problem. Like, before, when rollback wasn't really a conversation, I would have been more hopeful. But because that is, like, one of the biggest factors now, you have to mention it. Like, you have to. Wow, that was so far. Oh, that was good. Oh no. Hello? Tekken Online. It used to suck. It's good now. It's like a hybrid of delay and rollback. It's good now. It's not fair to say it's bad. That's just objectively not true right now. Oh, the duck. Nice. Give me soul charge. Gem movement, no rollback, no buy. I mean, yeah, kinda. Given that, like, if you look at the strain of COVID and how that's seeing a rise in cases, you look at the demographics in North America, Europe, the COVID numbers are not going down. They're literally not declining, you know? And so, the reality is we're going to be like this the entirety of 2021 again, with like offlines only being invitational, and those players have to like quarantine, they have to get tested. Like, it's this whole thing. It's ridiculous, actually. Why didn't that punish? Hello? So it's a whole nother year of this, and you the optimists are seriously trying to tell me that you think Caliber 6 is going to survive in an online-only environment with the netcode we currently have if it was to get no more patches, and the fact that players are already kind of dunskies with the game? No way. No way. Like, I'm sorry, that's just not true. Unless are you hiding all the community, like, people who would actually make it live? No way. All the diehard players of this game are done or only play for tournaments, myself included. Like, Ramon barely plays now. I haven't played in over a week. Boom barely plays, and when he does, it's only for the Huang guide. That's probably one of the last things he's gonna do, I would imagine. Other than his Boominati, of course. Party Wolf literally doesn't play. Sefekai only plays for tournaments. Like, yeah. Oh my gosh, please. Ow. No! Wait. I didn't realize that he was out until I had already hit the button. I didn't mean to waste the meter like that. That was great. I spent hours watching Caliber. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's a good thing, but the reality is, like, even casually speaking, Caliber's not doing so hot because you look at the numbers on Steam, they're not increasing. There was a small spike for Huang, but that's always how DLC is.
You will not be forgotten.
So. People, at this point, people play this game for the character creation. They don't actually play to, like, improve and be better at a fighting game. Like, that's the truth right there. Competitive scene. I mean, that's just the reality though, right? Fighting games are inherently a competitive game. There's no excuses, there's no, you know, there's no innate, you can't blame your opponents. Fighting games will never be beginner friendly, no matter how much we try to make them, because they're hard. They're difficult to play. Okay, so, you know. The other reason why is if you look at other genres, tell me like a new game in any genre that's come out in the last, you know, while that is popular. And the answer is probably none. If you think about it, the fighting game genre is huge. There are so many fighting games that it's hard to even nab on one. And because there are so many fighting games, the player base is inherently split. Okay, let's consider that for just a moment. Now, because the player base is split, you're gonna have smaller player bases across all of your games. And if this happens, finding a match in an online environment is going to become nigh impossible. So, what you rely on, that was tragic. What you rely on is, for your entertainment, if you want to improve, is that small competitive scene working its magic. Now, let's look at a game like MOBAs. Every MOBA that has came out during the big hurrah of MOBAs has failed or died or been shut down because it's not Dota and it's not League. Okay. Every, you know, shooting game that has come out is just not competing with the likes of Call of Duty, Rainbow Six Siege, CS:GO, and Valorant. The only reason Valorant's doing well is because it's made by Riot. And I know that for a fact because if it was just some no-name company who made Valorant, there's no way that game would be popping off right now. Okay. So, if it's not Valorant, CS:GO, Siege, or Call of Duty, nobody cares. And all of those games are completely different other than CS:GO and Valorant. Okay. League and Dota are their own things, but there's no other MOBAs that can really compete. But fighting games, sure, you have, you know, slow-paced 2D like Street Fighter, and then anime games that are 2D, and then you have your 2 3D games. Or 3, I guess if you count DOA. But the reality is, if fighting games are difficult in the first place, and there's like over like a dozen current and modern fighting games to play, you know, there's just so much to think about. There's so much to look at. there's so much to split resources into as a tournament organizer. No, what I'm suggesting is nothing new has come out in recent time that has been doing well. And that actually includes fighting games, for the record. If you look at Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, that game, you know, no. That game is not doing well at all. Guilty Gear Strive, the only reason why people are interested is because of the netcode. I know for a fact that many Guilty Gear fans actually don't really like the game that much because it's just completely different. Like, they basically gave the Guilty Gear formula a big facelift, and it's completely different now. So people only really care about the rollback and the good connection. For Honor, I don't even consider that a fighting game, though. That's its own thing. That's its own thing.
Claim victory and bask in the glory.
Now, let's connect that to my argument about why Caliber will not survive the test of time this time, other than the fact that there's no offline. There are so many other fighting games for you to get into that are larger or have more tournaments or that have more money, and so again, as a competitor, you're gonna go where the money is. Just like how if you look at Tekken right now, if you're a competitor, you know, you're gonna play the good characters. Now, granted, there are quite a few good characters in that game, but you're gonna play the top tiers. That's just how it is. Now, when a game's been out long enough, that's just a progression. Eventually, you go from playing characters that you like to playing the characters that are good. Look no further than Soul Calibur 5 itself. Basically, also, For Honor didn't come out recently. That's been around for a while. Oh, I thought I was in Shield. You look at, what is it called? You look at Smash Melee, right? Smash is a great example. Brawl is a great example. And Tekken's a great example of games where people stopped playing who they liked because they realized that playing the top tier was how you win. And that's just the inevitable reality of fighting games that don't have any further updates or patches. Ooh. And Soul Calibur 5 was no different at all. People stuck to like the same 5 characters because everyone else was just not even close. And you would see the same thing happen to Soul Calibur 6. I mean, gosh, it's already happening a little bit. Like, basically, if you play any of the bottom 10, they've basically swapped characters at this point. Damn, I couldn't even soul charge there. Oof. Remember Taki? Who? What? That's a character? No way, she sounds like a DOA character. Again, I'm not like ranting or anything right now, I'm just having a discussion of the field. For the long-term fighting games, it's actually pretty accurate. Like if you look at specifically Melee more so than probably any of them, or Tekken ever since Fakumram came out, the reality, the stark reality, like the amount of top 8s in Tekken that play Fakumram is disgusting. Even still, to today. Or the amount of characters you don't see played in Tekken is ridiculous. Like, it's ridiculous. God, I mean, look no further than Soul Calibur 6 Season 1. All the people who played Aswell, all the people who played Siegfried. When Amy was at her prime, the amount of people who played Amy. Like, that's just what happens when you're a competitor. You play to win. And sometimes character loyalty just doesn't cut it. Like, obviously, people are going to stick to their own characters in some or many cases. But the reality is, when games are done development, specifically, or when games have reached a point where there won't be much else that's going to really shape the game, you start to fall into this pit of opportunity. And in the case of Tekken, people have now realized, like, okay, you look at Leroy, you look at Bakumram, you look at the way that they designed Julia, the way that they redesigned Zefina, and just how powerful the DLC is. You can clearly tell that they have this picture in mind for what the future of Tekken holds. And so why would you play any character that isn't basically, you know, DLC or Steve? Like, that's the reality of Tekken right now.
You only have one life. Go and return home.
No one really does? Exactly. Exactly. There used to be more Peach players, but then they went to Fox. There used to be more, you know, any player, and they went to other characters. Polish lady? Maybe not. Like, you look at, what's his name? Gan Ryu. He's not very good.
Retold.
But for the most part, the fact that your top 3, or like 3 of your top 5, are Zafina, Bakumram, and Leroy, like, that's kind of ridiculous. If you think about it.
As well.
Time to save the human race. Yeah, my time to shine.
Like, Steve has always been ridiculous. You know? So he stands the test of time. So, I'm just saying that fighting games, because of their competitive nature, tend to require constant updates in order for the metas to not become stale. It's very seldom you'll have interesting fighting games post-development, or post-development. And they rarely will last the test of time. Like, the only reason Melee survived is because of just the sheer dedication and the fact it was kind of one of a kind. But even then, I consider Smash to be its own thing. I know it's at fighting game tournaments, but it's its own thing to me, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I just don't. It's the only one of its kind that is even playable, whereas basically every other genre of fighting game has some form of competition. So. Like, Smash is fine. I'm not a big fan, but, you know. It's a totally different skill set. Totally different skill set. Like, being good at Smash is its own thing entirely. Wow, what a step. Yeah. So every day that goes by, I essentially just am waiting, you know. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that Calibur is going to get a Season 3, like, if I'm being totally honest. Which is, like, I don't want to say that that's how I feel, but that's how I feel. Oh no, I was too far. Good thing he soul charged. I stepped! ridiculous. Or how Mario players, yeah, honestly. SC7? I think SC6 still has a way to go. I think 2 seasons is too little now. Like, I think the standard for fighting games should be like, 3 or more. But Tekken did get an upcode update, hello? And they're on season 4 now. I don't know, are you guys like out of the loop? Tekken had a huge network overhaul. You can play now from like country to country, and it's not bad. The problem with Tekken right now is the balance and also the just the sheer amount of cheaters in that game for whatever reason. I'm not sure what you gain from that, from an arbitrary number in a fighting game, when it's a pretty general consensus that rank is irrelevant. But, you know. Oh, you said Tekken though. There are a lot of Wi-Fi players in Tekken. Keep that in mind. Well, every fighting game has some amount of bullshit that a player will never like everything about their fighting game. Frankly, a player will never like everything about their game. But when it comes to fighting games, it's just about the amount of bullshit. How much can you deal with before it's too much and you don't want to deal with it? That's what you need to do. That's the reality of fighting games, to be honest with you. Aww.
Claim victory.
Soul Charge is ridiculous. And some characters have garbage horizontal games, and so they didn't adjust to the vertical changes at all. So Caliber still needs some work before it's in a really, really good state. We're close, but we're not there yet. So ah. Rayon with the follow, thank you. Quick mid horizontals. I mean, that's pretty standard though. That's the standard in every Caliber. Asta and Voldo still have safe moves. They're just different designs. Grapplers typically aren't safe. Or characters like Asta, even if you want to, characters like Asta who have to make big reads typically aren't safe by design. Quick mid horizontal. That's never ever been the case in Soul Calibur, and nor should it really be. Even Xianghua doesn't have one. Nightmare doesn't have one. Siegfried doesn't have one. Azul doesn't have one. They're uneven. Right, but if you homogenize everything, then it makes uniqueness suffers. And you get Tekken. Yeah, exactly. Geralt, you mentioned the one character that has the best 3A in the game. Of course he's gonna mash it. It's -8 on block. It's really fast, but it has good
Welcome
range.
to the stage of history retold.
C6, too many unique things. That's a bad thing? That's why a C6 is so special, is that there are no overlapping characters. There's ways around it anyway. A Hori mid is not going to solve your problems, I promise. It's not going to solve your problems. Astaroth has 3k, which is an insanely strong mid at 14 frames. That basically tracks. I don't know. Baldo front face has decent step catchers. I don't because, yeah, exactly, you get Tekken. Every character has innate weaknesses and innate strengths. That's why there's no top 1 in Soul Calibur. There's just characters that don't really fit the meta well, or characters that don't function super well, but they're still plausible. They should have all the... That's literally not the case in any single fighting game that has supers. That's literally never true. Unless it's a generic super that every character has. Which I can't think of a single fighting game that that's the case.
As well.
Time to save the human
That's a hot
race.
take if I've ever heard one.
Soul
Now
of
I think I'm being trolled. Alright, Boomer, go play a C2. Now I see. You probably think Soul Calibur 2 is the best Soul Calibur 2, right? No meter mechanics. Bleh. Indeed. Oh boy. Yeah. Here we go. Alright. By a mile, Calibur 6 is the best Calibur. Subjectively and objectively. Because of the balance, the accessibility, the options, the variation in playstyle. Because some games in the past had like clone characters or just the balance was awful, or there'd be touch of deaths, or stun locks, or if it's not 6, it's 2 though. I'll say that. Three was awful. Four was okay. 4's close, but Amy existed, and Algol existed.
Challenge your limits.
And then 5, if Viola and Algol didn't exist, then we're getting close. Yeah, movement was... Yeah, Hilda in 4. Yeah.
Let your desire for victory take you beyond your limits.
But 6 is incredibly well balanced, all things aside. And, but 2, the problem with Calibur 2 is you could argue it's balanced because of how cheesy everyone was, but the game was just cheese. It wasn't even, frankly, it wasn't even skillful. Like, I played it as a kid, but I've went back and played it since. It's a joke. Like, it's a joke. It's a fighting game made in the past, clearly. Like, that's, you know, it probably seemed okay at the time, but it did not age well at all. It's all cheese. Shit is way too plus on block and hit, like, for no reason. SC2 is a fucking anime game, literally. That just went right through. Nice. SC5 movement was awful, and again, Viola and Algol existed, and Just Guard completely broke the game. Like, that's the thing. You can't even tell me that 6 isn't the best, because all the other ones had some busted-ass bullshit that completely destroyed the competitive integrity of the game. That is not the case for Soul Calibur 6. Maybe in Aswell Prime, but that is the past. That is not the current state of the game. Right? So that's why I don't even think that it's an argument, even if you don't like it. That's why I said it's objectively that SC6 is just the best one, because yeah, like all the other ones had some game-breaking nonsense. 3 had, you know, 3 had, I mean, not hot takes. Like, these are just, these aren't hot takes. Two was just all cheese. 3 had awful balance, and also I always forget what it's called, VC canceling or VH cancel, where you could cancel your throws early, and it was awful. It was so bad. And 4 was just an unbalanced mess. 5 was a mess. There were multiple strong characters, but 5 was just awful. And then you get to 6, and it's like, well, okay, it doesn't have any of those problems. Soul Charge is strong, sure, but it's not even close to as strong as some of those other mechanics or other problems that those games had. So. Around on SC2 days? Right, but that's because the people who are around on SC2 days don't even like the meter. So there's this huge bias. I've played Calibur since Soul Calibur 2. Now, if you competed back in Soul Calibur 2, that means you would have had to be old enough to compete in Soul Calibur 2, which means, yeah, you probably don't like meter mechanics, which means that the eventual progression of fighting games probably doesn't jive with you. Okay? So, Soul Calibur 2 being the basic-ass bare-bones nonsense and cheese fest, when that was the standard back then, it's semi-reasonable to see why people think that. But, not including yourself, people don't even acknowledge that this is true. Okay? People don't even say that, yeah, you know what, I think SC2 is a better game, but it's because I don't like meter mechanics in Soul Calibur 6. But that can be the end of the story, but no, people are just so hung up about, SC2 is a better game. Having played every single Soul Calibur game, competitively starting in 4, I can say, without a doubt, that Soul Calibur 6 in Season 2 is the most balanced, competitively speaking, Calibur game that lacks, you know, that has the least amount of nonsense and bullshit compared to all the rest, or game-breaking bugs and glitches or characters. You know, I feel like those are going without saying. Hilde Touch of Death, Algol Bubble bullshit, Algol everything about Algol. Just Guard was a joke. I enjoyed using the mechanic, but it completely ruined the game. So, You know, I wish people would just acknowledge that, you know what, I prefer SC2, I think it's a better game, and I'll be like, that's fine, but why? And if they're like, I just don't like meter mechanics, I'll be like, fine. The conversation can end right there. It doesn't need to be this subjective, like, or this subjective argument of like, no, it's a better game. Why? Because it is. Why? Because it is. Like, that's the nonsense I hear from people who say Soul Calibur 2 is a better game. Ugh. So. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's fine, you know, and you acknowledge that. And so I will accept that opinion. But I just don't necessarily agree with it. Primarily because it was just a cheese fest, and I just don't think that that's enjoyable. To be fair, Soul Calibur 6 was a cheese fest for a while back in Season 1. Thankfully, they addressed a lot of those problems.
Battle 1. Fight.
And yeah, more things in that game were homogenized. The problem with 6 is the identity of characters was just lost in many cases. It was basically Tekken, but way worse in terms of the identity problem. Thanks for not air controlling this air controllable combo.
Battle 2. Fight.
Right, Salt Flats, but keeping in mind that back when Soul Calibur 2 came out, if you were old enough to compete and travel, that was the norm back then. Right. Meter didn't really become popular until Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And the matches were repetitive and boring, but the reality was people liked it because it was a quote-unquote fair experience. However, the balance of SC2 was the problem.
Battle 3. Fight.
I don't like meter when a character relies on it, or when it's just so integral to the game's design. Like, it actually upsets me that Soul Charge is the way it is. That's the one mechanic that I wish was a bit more closer in power level, because it's ridiculous. Or it's ridiculous, or it's awful. Like, there's no real middle ground for Soul Charge. Wow.
To reach my goal, fight.
Like, why does Aswell have to be such a subpar character unless he's Soul Charged? You know?
Final battle. Fight.
Ah. Wow. So. Every fighting game has its problems. I already acknowledged this earlier. However, in the context of competitive integrity and seeing variety on the screen and balance, Calibur 6 has been and continues to be the best of the Soul Calibur franchise. Because the Soul Calibur franchise has frankly always been a bit of a cheese fest or completely game breaking. Whether it's, you know, a spammable setup, or you know, broken characters that can ring you out from anywhere, or characters that just break the game mechanics, like Soul Calibur 4 Amy, for example. That has been present in all of them. So the fact that on the 6th iteration, which was the first time they had a completely different team, go figure, is the time that we finally get a playable, functional, balanced, and unique game compared to the previous Soul Caliburs, is where I derived that opinion from. Because I liked all of them. I liked them all for different reasons. But this was the one where I was just like, wow, you know, characters may be good or bad, but I never feel out of the fight in this one. Which is something that you would feel in older games, in some cases, in competitive, and it was just awful. It's a terrible feeling. Yeah, the mechanics of Soul Calibur 6, I've also had criticisms with, like why some characters get things that others don't. But in terms of move choices, there are deliberate reasons why some characters don't have access to different things. So, like, for example, Xianghua not having an I-18 horizontal mid is by design. It would be too strong on the character, given what she already has. Or, you know, if a character like Astroth had an I-18 horizontal mid, it would just be too much. There wouldn't be any defensive options if horizontal mids that were safe and fast were the common. Sidestepping would be irrelevant, and we'd be kind of right back to square one. Not irrelevant, but it wouldn't be great. It wouldn't be great. And so some matchups you can't move as much as others. Other matchups, their verticals are really strong because their horizontal game is lacking. And so there's always compensation for missing things in this game. And that includes Soul Charge as well, and CE. Like, Xianghua's CE, or Soul Charge is awful because her CE is so strong. So I get it. There are just some things I personally, I'm like, well, you know, where's my brave edges? Why did they make it for Yoshi and Geralt, but not give it to everybody? So it's like, it's fine that there's balance, or that there's give and take. I don't want everyone to have what you want everyone to have, but there's just some examples where it's like, bruh, hello? What is this bullshit?
Impossible.
Stop going in the air, my god.
Battle 2. Fight.
And it's a laggy connection. Hell yeah, brother. It's always the Taki players, I'm telling you. Alright, that whiffed. Nice. Bitch, 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 bitch. What are you doing? God, you're a fucking potato. B3, by the way. My god.
Battle 3. Fight.
What a joke. This is what I get up for in the mornings, chat. Oh my god. Yeah, I played Strive. Also, Ray, the problem with that is Tekken's more popular because, yeah, players have essentially liked the game for different reasons across the years, but the problem with Tekken is it's never really, like, it's just awful to try to get into because of the amount of bloated nonsense. Like, games that refine and shave down a moves list are just nicer and more accessible, whereas Tekken insists on keeping absolutely everything from every year ever. And that's just not
Ready
enjoyable, frankly.
and release.
To go through all these moves, and it's like, wow, I literally use, 20 of them. Nice. I know Caliber has more moves, by the way. But it's because we have 8-way run moves, and they don't. That's like the biggest difference.
You're mine.
This guy's a potato. It's popular because it has the production value in the first place. Like, because of how dead Caliber was, Tekken's sort of being like Bandai's love child, so to speak. So that's where all the money went. And it can be quite epic to watch. And so spectator-wise, it's good to watch.
And release.
And if people have played it over the years, they don't have this problem of what is it? Of bloatedness. You don't notice it because you're already familiar with it.
Abandon their sense of reason for despair or hope.
So Tekken just has a really, really, really long history, and that's frankly the reality. It's been popular ever since the beginning. Whereas Caliber had so many highs and lows, it was always overshadowed by Tekken. Tekken was always at the forefront. Caliber would stop getting development. It had game-breaking problems, and so the reality is, the stigma of Caliber was just, these games are buggy messes, and they're awful. Like, so Caliber 2, 4, and 6 are probably the best three in whatever order you want to say they are. But I would go one step further and say Soul Calibur 2 and 6 were the peaks of its life. And yes, it did outsell Tekken. The problem was everything in between, right? Calibur 3, Soul Calibur 4, Soul Calibur 5, like, and then the sheer amount of years that went between Soul Calibur 5 and Soul Calibur 6, people were just like, fuck it. Now if you talk to people and you're like, do you know about Soul Calibur? They're like, oh yeah, Soul Calibur 2. Like, everyone played Calibur 2 because it was on the PlayStation. It was really cool. You had, you had Ivy and Taki in the trailers and the magazines, and so they drew in us, young teenage boys, because dem titties. And, so Calibur 2 is just super nostalgic for people, but they didn't want to come back and play the games because people had heard or they knew that the game was just an absolute disaster, almost always. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And so they went to Tekken, Tekken has always had nonsense, but the design of the game has always been relatively archaic, and so you don't notice it as much. Like, they didn't have much you could really break the game with, is what I'm trying to say. Whereas Calibur, in whatever iteration of the game you're playing, has always had shit that just busts the game right open. Ah. Green back. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Tekken has its own problems. They nerfed the damage of wall combos in Season 4, thank God. But movement sucks in that game. Like, it's barely a 3D game. And that's straight up agreed upon by the people who compete in that game. Like, the movement sucks. Yeah, Mathlete. When they made Hell Soups unsteppable, like, I don't think some of them were designed that way, but it definitely makes sense that they should be unsteppable. But it made some characters absolutely fucking insane. Uh-oh. Heyo.
Victory. Battle 4.
Yeah, exactly. SC, unfortunately, because of its rough history, and like this is just more me following the scene for so long. The rough history of Soul Calibur, unfortunately, is its undoing. The money is in Tekken, so as a competitor, why would you play Soul Calibur? Casually, people have always played Calibur. That's never been the problem. The problem is people play Calibur for the goddamn creation mode and the guest characters. Calibur guest characters are pretty cool, but that's not enough to hold players, you see. And that's where Calibur struggles, is it does not hold people with the gameplay loop, which is too bad, but it's true.
Believe in your power. Battle 1. Fight.
It's funny, actually. Here's a funny thing. I don't watch it ever, but the Blasted Salami is a pretty, well, one of the best and most popular content creators for Tekken. And he has a podcast that he does, I think, every week with different players, commentators, whatever. And one of the ones he did very recently, and I watched a little bit of it this morning, was about the primary topic was movement in Tekken 7. So I was like, aha, let me see sort of what the up-to-date consensus is on this. And one of the things they talked about was Korean backdash. And the question that he pitched to the round table, so to speak, was, do you think that Korean backdash is an entry barrier for new players, and should it be? And if so, should it be? And there was a pause, and two of the three guys were like, well, Tekken 7 was designed to be really offensive and aggressive, and so that's kind of why they nerfed movement from Tekken Tag and Tekken 6 to Tekken 7, and that was just the reality. You played up close in the face, and you tried to win through frame data and whatnot. But we, referring to the community, found out how to create space in Tekken, and therefore that's what we started to do. And so the reality is, and again, I'm still, subquoting somebody. They said, the reality is that's how you make space in Tekken. Therefore, if you want to make space in Tekken, that's just how we do it. And that was all they had to say. Like, what? Really? The game with no training mode. Sorry, no tutorials. The game with no information for people who have never played Tekken before are supposed to just learn how to Korean backdash out of nowhere? Like, excuse me? That's okay with you? Two of the three people said, yeah, it's a primary requirement because that's how you make space in Tekken, Kappa. And then the third guy was like, well, you don't need it because, you can barely backstep or sidestep anything in Tekken, and that's the problem with the game. And then that sort of transitioned into the whole, is movement even relevant in Tekken? And the general consensus was, frankly, no, it's not. Which is so sad and a joke, frankly. So, they say Korean backdash is necessary to create space, but they say movement is kind of arbitrary because of how it works. And they even started bringing up examples of how you can go online and look up, which way to step different moves and characters, but if you go in training mode and you look at it and you use that particular move in different situations, it's not steppable that direction anymore. And that's true, and it's awful. Like, for example, a character, you say you step their down forward one, their generic mid jab, to the left, right? But the example they used was with Lily. If you jab into down forward one, you have to step the down forward one to the right. And it's like, what? Why? So it's just,
The battle.
Goodbye. Now don't bother us again.
like, why? It is and it shouldn't be. Yeah, I agree. Green backdash is somewhat necessary, but it shouldn't be. The only characters you can get away with standard backdash are on are Elisa and Zafina. And that's actually it. More casual than competitive. It is. And that's also been its problem. Tekken has always had the funding, the tournament presence, the great casters. SC casters are frankly awful. Let's call it how it is. Let's call it how it is. Caliber casters are awful. And the game's been the same since basically Tekken 3. And so people are picking it up because it's getting more popular, but I think now, like, even the vets are saying that Tekken 7 is like, okay, it's kind of time for something new that's not bullshit. Like, when they introduced rage arts and drives, and then they introduced wall bounce, oh my god. People were so mad about wall bounce and armor moves. Most of the armor moves aren't that great. But wall bounce, ooh, what the fuck? Wall bounce was ridiculous. Is ridiculous. And so they're just doing all the wrong things. Like, they're introducing new stuff, but it's broken, and it's very reminiscent of the Soul Calibur franchise. Like, if you really stop and think, like, why were Tekken Season 1, Tekken 7? Why was Tekken 7 Season 1 and 2 its prime? It's because they didn't have these awful game-breaking problems and mechanics. But as soon as they introduced like a safe armor move, I can't remember the name for those now, or they introduced like just standing 50-50s on characters that are well-rounded, or until they introduced wall bounce, the game was good. Like, yeah, movement was a bit clunky, but it was a little more consistent. But the changes they made over the time, it's totally backwards. It's totally backwards. And it's very reminiscent of the Calibur problem, where there were just game-breaking problems. And Tekken is now seeing that. And yeah, after so many years of the same bullshit, you know, Tekken vets are finally saying, like, okay, I actually want to change to the formula here. This isn't cutting it anymore. Like, we need something new, something fresh. I could see Tekken 8 not bombing, but I could see it not doing very well. If they keep it the same, like if they don't change it. But then you look at Guilty Gear Strive, where they did change the formula. Guilty Gear players are frankly upset. For the most part, is my understanding. I haven't been following it closely, but my understanding is that the Guilty Gear competitors are like, bruh, hello? What? I love your rollback, but bruh, what did you do to my game? That's basically the consensus. It's obviously just the beta, so people haven't had time to adjust, but that seems to be a relatively common opinion. Ah! Oh my god, what is this? That's also why, by the way, I don't want Calibur to be Dunskies, because it's the only fighting game I like. I want to play other ones, but ooh, there's just so much bullshit in all of them. Or just mechanics I just cannot stand. Like MK11, why are throws so fucking oppressive? Tekken 7, we've been talking about this whole time. I'm not very good at anime games, frankly. So. Hitbox, yeah, hitboxes.
Consider yourself saved.
Keep in mind, guys, that the vertical patch changes brought new hitbox problems, and there hasn't been a patch to address them since. So let's be fair. They completely changed the game, and that's also why I'm saying Soul Calibur's not done yet. That's why I'm hoping it's not done, because they need more work on the vertical changes, the balance problems that have come with it, addressing some soul charges. Like Sophie, they did Sophie properly. Sophie has been done correctly. Right. Sophie started out being ridiculous, and they toned it down in ways that make it strong, but not fucking insane. And that's correct. Like, that's the right way to go. I would not be surprised if they're not gonna nerf Xianghua's 2-2B in terms of its safety. It's been safe forever, I think. But I could see them making her CE not have the same Oki that it does. Like, it deals below average damage, but I think it's reasonable to take away the Oki. Or make every character just land farther away like Astaroth and others. It would be reasonable, because right now Xianghua is dominating in East and West Coast, and, you know, does it have to do with the players piloting her? Yes, it does, but, you know, people don't see it that way. I think it would be a reasonable change. I don't think it would kill the character. But yeah. Anyway. Why are throws in MK11 impressive? Because they are lightning fast. They are a 50-50 just like Soul Calibur's. But in Calibur, they're 18 frames and breakable. In Tekken, they're breakable. You can only break it if you're not blocking. And you can only avoid it if you raw duck and no block. And remember, that game has overheads, mids, and lows. So it's what you refer to as a strike throw mix-up, where every character becomes a grappler, basically, and it's loopable. It's ridiculous. They're lightning fast. Like, it's more of a read break than anything. And to duck them, you have to do this. Imagine if you had to duck throws in Calibur by just ducking, like not even blocking. That's what it's like to do it in MK, and they're faster than 18 frames. I can't stand the throws in that game. Oh, they're just preposterous. Vito with the follow, thank you. Rugi, Sig, and Baldo. Yep, I agree with those three. Well, yeah, but because of how often Xianghua CEs, the Oki is ridiculous. Like, it's super oppressive. Now, let me be clear and say, if they were to nerf her Oki, I think it would be totally fair to buff her soul attack or soul charge. Because now you're starting to make this character have, like, one option that's even worth considering for meter, and honestly, that already is the case. And to nerf that one good option would be pretty offensive. Whereas most of the cast at least has two options of using their meter that are relevant or good to some degree. But Xianghua has one, which is very dry. As well as very much in the same boat, by the way. There's no reason to, like, you really, really, really want to save your meter for soul charge. Ivy, same thing. Well, no, she uses soul attack as well. Yeah, no. Let's cancel that one. Her CE sucks, but her soul attack and soul charge are good. Yeah. 280 instead of 2. Yeah, it's a little weird. But in only some cases does it really matter. I want to hit him with the 2-bar just because he's a laggy asshole. Is it considered BM? No. SA setups to be scary? It's not that her SA is scary, it's that her soul charge sucks. So there's no reason to use soul attack over CE. Unless the opponent's like really healthy. And you could just sort of try to snowball with soul charge, but it's never worth it. Basically, it's never worth it. No, X doesn't need any buffs. I'm just saying, at this point, if they're gonna nerf Xianghua, she needs compensation, because she's in a great place right now. And her identity has been tarnished a bit over the releases of different characters, and that upsets me a lot. So if they hit too much that makes her good, she's gonna be outclassed eventually. Unsafe moves? Question mark? What do you mean? She has unsafe moves. Hold on, let me just get a snack real quick. I didn't realize it was 4:30 and refill my water. Okay. I was getting like lethargic. I'm sitting here refilling my water and I'm like shaking. I didn't eat lunch. Didn't realize it. Chatting so much. Oh, jeez. How often do I use Just Kidding as Xianghua? That's pretty vague because that's most of her stance transitions, but I use them a lot. Her best moves. Her identity, she's always been safe, but she's a bit weaker. She does not hit hard at all. And punishment sucks outside of CE, which is the other reason why you don't want to use Soul Charge. But where her identity has been tarnished is her safe launchers and just her overall safety. That's not unique to Xianghua anymore. When Amy came out, and they gave Cassandra her I-10, it kind of took a dump on what Xianghua was about. So, to sort of spice her up, they buffed some of her combo enders, but it's only about 4 to 7 points of damage per combo. It's nothing super game-changing. A plus B? Yeah. That move is a joke. Xianghua's range is lacking. She doesn't have a fast Hori mid. Her general poke damage is below average. Her lows are super risky. Like 3A and full crouch 3A are launch punishable. Her 2TB is very short range, very slow, and weak for a launcher. Doesn't lead to much. Another thing to consider when I say X's damage is low is consider the lethal hit opportunities that she has. Most characters in this game, you can try to use their lethal hits proactively. Xianghua, other than her post-GI lethal hits, which every character has, all of her stuff is based on you. You have to enable her to land her lethal hits. Otherwise, she's not getting any, ever. Like, I've gone full tournaments without landing a single lethal hit that wasn't post-GI related. And I'm not exaggerating. T2B. Yeah, but Andoil, that move has been the way it is, like the same frame data and everything, since Soul Calibur 2. T2B is one of Xianghua's iconic moves. And it does very low damage. And it's slow. If a Xianghua is using a lot of 2-2B, that just means you need to use more 2A. Or 2K. With that said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't like it. I don't like it. I wish 2-2B was -10. Yeah, sure, burn me at the stake. I don't give a shit. I hate the fact that Xianghua's only game plan these days is mid-throw. I think it's boring as hell. But that move has been the way it is forever. Yeah, X's safety, exactly. Because Cassandra, super safe, amazing frame data, way more damage. Amy, basically the same frame data spread as Xianghua. More damage. Better soul charge. Comparable CE. I've said this for a while. I think Amy's the better Xianghua. Like, honestly. Yeah, her lows. Oh my god. Xianghua's throws being lows being launch punishable for meager damage is a joke. Why is my full crouch 3A launch punishable and at least 24 damage, nothing guaranteed? But Yoshimitsu has a launch punishable hell sweep that's about the same speed, but he gets 50 plus into Oki. And he's a better character. Why is her 3A, why does it deal 18 damage And it's minus 20. But Zedd has the K follow-up. Yeah, and if you're playing a character with a tech crouching launcher, it's irrelevant. Now Xianghua doesn't have that. Like I can't launch punish a Xianghua immediately after blocking 3A without confirming that she goes with K. But it's such an easy thing. If you block her 3A, you have so much time to react to what she does. For the record, I'm not implying Xianghua is bad. Let me just make that clear. But what I am saying is, I'm finding her to be, more and more I play this character, and the more and more I compete with her, more I realize that you actually want to be playing, like, less is more with Xianghua. And her lows being so risky, her low reward, is the reason why throw mid for her is so good. Her throw game is decent. Her stances are, like, SXS is bad. Or it's not that her stances are bad, sorry, it's her transitions. The transitions are bad. So like her soul charge is bad, her stance transitions are bad for the most part. And so in a tournament environment, in a first to 2 or first to 3, the reality of playing Xianghua is so much different than me just playing her like right now. And I hate it. I think it's dry, I think it's boring. And that's why, even in a tournament, I refuse to comply. I refuse to conform to this idea that to be fair, that I'm the one pitching. That Xianghua should be played mid-throw mix, and that's just all you should do, because I refuse. I don't enjoy playing her that way. Yeah. And that's why, again, that's just another reason why saving her CE for punishment is so critical, because without that CE for punishment, you're not going to keep up in the damage department. The reason why, like, Incendiate and Sefika do so well with her, like, just excluding the player skill aspect for a moment. They play her in such a rinse and repeat sort of way. Not flowchart so much as, oh, I landed a hit and I'm just going to do the same thing I did to you last time. And their Oki is simple. Full crouch 3B if you're staying on the ground, or 4A if you're going to stand up, 2-2B or throw if you're going to stand up and they don't want to generate frames. That's it. Boom. You literally are playing Xianghua. She's a little bit like Season 1 Mina. In the strict sense that you're strictly looking to land a hit into a combo into Oki. Like, Xianghua Oki is really what keeps her together right now. Without it, there'd be no reason to play her. And I condition as well, but I don't do it the same way. I instead opt for like backstep baiting, low pokes. Hello, how goes it? Like, if someone is blocking my full crouch 3A on reaction, quote unquote, I basically just shut down because I don't enjoy mid throw mix with Xianghua. That's not fun. I'm not even good at it. So I don't do it. Been a while for you in my chat. Clearly you're, or hopefully, it's because your work is popping off. Almost done. Eating some nuts. Barbecue peanuts. Delicious. Well, that's good. So anywho, all in all of that conversation to summarize and say, I don't want Caliber to be done, because if it's done, it will not stand the test of time. Excuse me. Because there is no offline. And our community is not dedicated enough to like content creation or mod creation that, you know, they would take up the reins. No. The netcode's not good enough to support an unsupported game strictly with online being the only outlet. And let's be honest. In a world where Soul Calibur 6 Season 2 is the Parsec, yeah, Parsec wouldn't even cut it. That has its own problem. People are so bold to say that they think Parsec is worse than online. I'm like, sure, maybe if you're in the same city, Come on. Anyway. Given the huge gap between Soul Calibur 5 and 6, I do not see a world. No, frankly, there is no world where if Soul Calibur 6 Season 2 is the last season, Soul Calibur's done. Like, it's a dead franchise. There is no way that if SC7 isn't already slated to happen, that Soul Calibur is continuing on. There's no way. Look no further than BlazBlue. Probably the best example. BlazBlue is a great game. It has a huge following. But the Arc system said, no, fuck it. Central Fiction is our last official BlazBlue license. And BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle is the start of something new entirely. And they're done. Like, they're done with BlazBlue. And that kind of shocked everybody. Okay, sorry. Hey, Kyle. I don't... I think the chances are high. I just don't know if it's going to save Soul Calibur. Like, if I'm being honest, I think that if Metafy, I'll get to that. If Calibur does get a Season 3, I think it's a little bit of a too little too late situation. And if that Season 3 does not improve the netcode, it will certainly not save the game. No way. Not now. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and complain about the netcode. To me, it's whatever. I'm playing online. I don't expect anything else. But there are so many people, and that group is growing daily, that are like, meh, good netcode. Meh, I'm not gonna play your game otherwise. And if you don't appease that group, it's over. System DB and Guilty Gear. Yeah, I like. Even if he does want to go back to BlazBlue, I don't think that the interest is there anymore. I don't think that, like, but people really liked that license, and Cross Tag Battle was not great. Like, a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is really cool, actually. Like, I have my BlazBlue characters, and I have my other characters from these other anime games and anime. In the case of Ruby, this is sick." But unfortunately, at least the players that I know from my locals, who are some of the best anime game players on the planet, literally, were like, "Yeah, no, I'm if Cross Tag Battle is the direction BlazBlue is going, I'm done." And surely enough, they don't play it anymore. So, yeah. Yeah, Metafy, it does, yeah, it's rates that yeah. Mike Murray was chatting with the dev team, yes. I don't think he would do anything drastic to 6, no, because he is first off, he's a Tekken dev, first and foremost. And secondly, I believe when that conversation came up, and I actually watched the interview that he said that in, it was strictly regarding netcode. They were just seeing how they could implement it in Soul Calibur compared to Tekken, because they updated the Tekken netcode, and they were seeing if they could do the same thing in Soul Calibur. But my understanding is they were made in the same engine, but maybe their network is coded differently. I don't know. That's sort of the extent of my knowledge on that. But I liked BB Tag at first until people discovered how to play neutral. Oh, you mean activate my cross combo gauge and just spam assists all over the place? Yeah. Neutral. Yeah, it was just netcode regarding Murray. Which, you know, like, I'll say this. If Calibur is close to the end, I don't think that this is the end. I think, if anything, there would be one last hurrah that would give some sort of netcode update and maybe Hong-related updates and patches, and then that would be it. Like, I don't think this iteration of Calibur is the last one. But if Calibur does get a Season 3, I don't... If that doesn't come with netcode, people aren't going to care, because the only OG characters that are left, we talked about this briefly earlier, but we can sort of elaborate, are Rock, Aeon, Algol, and then whoever the new characters are in Soul Calibur 5. Which isn't really going to happen, because we have Amy, we can't really have Viola in the same game unless we're retconning, which is technically Soul Calibur 6 is a reboot, and we already know that Aswell turned Amy into Viola. We know this already, but because that story is in the same game, it doesn't make sense. If anything, you would have to have someone else with Amy's fighting style, and then Amy becomes Viola, or have Viola be someone else entirely. But because oh yeah, and Yunsung. Because they already have the still image of Aswell with Viola's orb and Viola in the background in Amy's picture, you kind of already dug yourself a grave. So you can't redo Amy, you can't redo Viola, because you've already set her in stone. You've already introduced the Zwei faction, whatever it was called. So you could explore the world of Zwei, but you can't bring in Viola. Now, would they design completely new characters? I don't see why they haven't already. I think the fact that we've only had Grow and Aswell is hilarious to me. Frankly. With all the new lore that they've introduced in the game. And so yeah, Rock, Yunsung, Algol, Aeon. And then the Soul Calibur 5 characters. Nobody really gives a shit about Aeon or Lizard Man. I do, but I actually played him a lot in 5. So, but he wouldn't play like that at all. Like, I doubt it would even be the same character. Astral Plane. Yeah, exactly. It would be weird. Algol is just really toxic. That character has such a bad rep, and we have Aswell, who, let's be honest, basically was given the Algol way of fighting. Right? Like the fact that he has the red and the blue and the weapons, there's no way that Algol is happening in Soul Calibur 6 unless they completely work him from the ground up and give him an actual weapon. There's no way, otherwise it would be so derivative, right? It would be so derivative to give Algol his, right, with his the red and the blue, And like, no, it would be so derivative and awful, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Rock, to make him separate from Astaroth, you'd have to make him sort of like a wrestler or a brawler. Or give him chain grabs, which isn't really that common in Soul Calibur. We only have, like, what? Talim and Sophidia, and then sort of Cassandra. That's basically it. So you would have to maybe up his grapple game, make him a grappler, but make him more of a brawler. But I just don't see how that would be interesting given that Astaroth and Cassandra are the way they are already. So I don't see that being interesting at all. Yunsung, we already have Huang, so I really don't see how that's going to happen. And Yunsung's already referenced a few times. And then, yeah, like, Lizard Man's already in the game as an AI. I don't... Nobody really likes that character. There's such a small group of people that like Aeon. But, like, I think Rock is probably the most realistic and completely rework him from the ground up. Like, yeah, make him very wrestly, brawler, use his hands a lot. Because we don't really have that in Calibur either. We don't have a character that fights with their hands. And Rock could be that character, right? He could be that character that uses a weapon, but he still had, like, he's just fucking punching you, man. Like, you know, I could see it. I could see it. It would work. Give him chain throws, kind of King-esque, right? Be separate? Sure. But realistically, I don't know if people want, like, another Chinese sword. A man actually the club? Yeah, I agree. I would say make it more like a mace though, just because Astaroth has an axe. It'd be cooler if it was more like a blunt weapon rather than a sharp weapon. Nightmare, yeah. It's just if you wanted to give the character unique. If you brought in Rock very similar to his old iterations, that would just be derivative of Astaroth, and really, who cares? Either Astaroth would be put down by everybody, or Rock would never be touched. Yeah, Lizard Man is in the game. He's in the story mode. But yeah, he uses Sophidia's moveset just like he did in Soul Calibur 2, and it's awful. So, oh, the tambourines, yes. Yes. So, back to my point about the OG roster is the characters that are left are either too new gen that it doesn't make sense to introduce them, or too lame that no one really cares, like Aeon and Rock. We have Astaroth, we have Cassandra, frankly we don't really need Rock. We have Huang, don't really need Yunsung. And so for roster space, I don't see why you'd want to bring in any of those characters. At all. Other than maybe Lizard Man, because he is such a prominent character in the villain side of things throughout every single Soul Calibur, and yet in only one Soul Calibur was he ever truly his own character. No, sorry, in like 2, but he was always called Lizard Man, up until 5, where he was called Aeon, which is his name. So, yeah. I don't know. I want a new character that is derivative of either, or derived from either like Aswell Experiments or the order that Grow is with. Like, where are they? Or I've always wanted to see more about Ivy's family. Like, I know that she was sort of ostracized from her family, but I want to know more about the Valentine family. Maybe take the lore in that direction. Show me more into the alchemy side of things, because all we know is that Ivy's an alchemist, and that's the end of the story. Like, there is no more to it than that. I think it would be way more interesting to go more into that role and bring in Aswell, because, you know, you could argue that it's all part of the same thing. And so to do all this, you'd have to make a new character, right? And so to me, that would be interesting. But Soul Calibur 6 still could use work, but really it's a matter of they've addressed all the OG roster. This is the first Soul Calibur ever that's had a second season. I remember that was the biggest thing. Like that was all the rage. You know, when season 2 came out. And so it's like, well, now where do you go? Where do you go from here, right? We've hit our benchmark. We've done better than I think anyone expected the game to do. Now what? Are you just gonna end on a high note, or are you gonna, you know, carry on? Unfortunately, unlike a game like Tekken, Calibur doesn't have the spectator retention nor the player retention to keep players past that small window. And even as a spectator event, people don't really care that much about watching Calibur compared to other fighters because, well, I don't know, I'm gonna say it. Like I've said it before, I'll say it again. Like, I think the Calibur casters are kind of trash. And I think that's a big problem. There's nothing you can really do about that though, but it's just the reality. Come on. Booty's. Oh my god, don't even get me started. My god. You know, he's an anime player, but fucking Bubonic Plague and Katana Prime are probably the best ones. Because they understand the balance between entertainment and analysis. They understand that you have to have both. You can't just be mindlessly talking about only... Like, when you have... Oh my god. When people from, like, NLBC are commentating, it's like... Oh, I missed that punish! Oh, no, I 12! Oh! Oh, he's minus 14! Oh, he's minus 16! Oh, he didn't sidestep that! Oh, he didn't duck that! Bro, who gives a fuck? Nobody! Like, nobody even knows what you're saying. You know? Only competitors know what you're saying. On the flip side, you have other Calibur casters who don't say anything to do with analysis, and they're always just like, oh my god, big lethal hit. Oh my god, big launcher. Oh my god, look at this movement. It's like, okay, what? You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm being dramatic, but it's true. Like, you have to have that nice balance, or you have to have one person who's one side of the pool of, like, you know, hype, and then the other person more analysis. That is where you get usually the best sort of duos, and that's where Katana Prime and Bubonic Plague work really, really well. Bubonic is great at the analysis aspect of the game, and Katana Prime is great at keeping the ball rolling. Like, he's been doing it for a while. He's a great commentator. But he addresses those spectators. He's like, he makes great analogies on the fly. He's that hype guy, right? And yeah, analysis and color. But Calibur always just has two of the same thing, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Tekken has the same thing. Like, they have awesome blend of hype, casual, you know, statements, but then they also do address, like, you know, wow, look at that great punish. Instead of saying, oh, he missed a punish, oh, he's minus 12, oh, he's minus 13. No, it's more important to address what they did hit. That way the spectators can be like, you know, oh, wow, okay, punishing that's good. I do that too. Oh, sick. That means I'm like the pros. I know that sounds silly, but, like, that's what makes a good caster, is making the chat and the viewers feel involved. You have to bring them into the game. And so when you say, like, you know, oh, that punish is so tight and he got that, like, that's important. Not saying, wow, he missed a minus 14 punish. What? Like, what? There's a difference, and if you don't see the difference, I don't know how to really explain it, but I hope that makes some sense. I know it sounds silly, but it's true. So that's where Caliber, I'll read the chat in just a second, but that's where Caliber struggles the most. And I don't think it has anything to do with the gameplay, because I've actually talked to players who jump around different fighters or who are new to Caliber. As you guys know, I teach new players all the time. And one of the most common things I get is they're like, man, this game just looked cool. And like, I love the idea of fighting with weapons. And so there is interest in this game, but the problem is, if you try to watch it competitively, majority of your casting duos are just ass. Like, they're so dry and boring, and I love watching esports. I watch all of them, even if I don't play them. And let me tell you something. Having looked at every genre, every esport, and I that is not an exaggeration. Like, consistently, of course. It's a joke. Like, it's a joke. There's never that balance. There's never that balance. Anyway. It makes me mad because I want it to be better. I want it to be better. If there were to be, let me boot up here. Scroll up here. If there were to be a SC7, what do you think has to be done to make it more popular? So again, the casting would be a big thing. Also make unfortunately Tekken just overshadows Soul Calibur right now. So Calibur would have to be awesome with a good netcode update. If netcode update came to Calibur, more Tekken players would jump to Calibur. I guarantee it, and that would help. That would help a lot. Calibur is pretty easy to pick up and play too. There's no hard notations really, other than a handful of characters, and by handful I mean like 2. So, but yeah, Tekken is popular, and so something dramatic would have to happen to Tekken in order for Calibur to really pop off. AP cast your Evo match? Oh, nice. Pokken? Yeah, Pokken casters are pretty good. Never in-depth analysis. Yeah. Yep. And when it is in-depth, and this is what I'm saying, when it is in-depth, is because you have 2 competitors on at the same time who are not good with people. They don't stream ever. Or if they do, they're so dull and boring to watch. And so when they're talking about the game, oh man, so he missed that -12 punish, and you can do this instead. Oh, he didn't step that. Oh, he didn't block that. Like, they're more VOD reviewing. They're not casting. There's a big difference. Right. Setsuka? Well, yeah, Tekken, or Tekken. Setsuka is that execution character for the players who want that. Pokken Tour? Not specifically, but I've watched some of their tournaments. But yeah, when you get 2 people on the mic, and generally they're from NLBC area, Kappa, it's way too analytical, and so even as a competitor, I'm like, you didn't need to say that. I know that what they missed. I know that they didn't punish it. I know that you can step that. I know you can duck that. It's not engaging, and if you're a casual, it's going in one ear and out the other. Nobody gives a fuck about unless it was huge, like unless it was so dramatic that it lost them the round. Like if you didn't block punish the CE and you lost for it, sure, but like that's more elaborating what lost them the match, not oh no block punish. Like I can't tell you how many times I hear casters in Caliber, both of them, only say shit like, you know, oh he didn't duck it. Oh, that's such a hard GI, but he didn't do it. Or like, he should really soul charge here. Like, they're critiquing the game. They're not casting the game. You know, like, that's what I'm trying to say. There's a time and place for both, and usually it's post-match. Post-match is while you're booting up the next match, is where you briefly touch on the bigger picture problems of what happened. And frankly, if you're on the casting, you never really address the small issues. Nobody cares. French tournament? I don't know which one in particular, so I'm going to say no. Nobody cares about the -12s, -12 punish that someone missed. Nobody cares about the super difficult, like, nobody cares that this is difficult to punish. I've heard people comment about this move. They're like, oh, it's -16, but it's so hard to punish. Bruh, who cares? Nobody cares. Like, naturally criticize a lot of things. Me? I do, yeah. Because it's always out of improvement, though. I always want people to be better, including myself. Or I wasn't the hype. Like, that was already established, so I didn't need to worry about this. Do I want to fight? No. So, I'm not saying commentating is easy. I'm just saying that, yeah, 1-on-1 is usually the way to go. Unless you're someone like, or unless you're a full-on esport where they have like an analyst desk, those people point out the small things. That's what that's for, right? Or if the small things really did add up, like if you were to say, you know, oh, in the last round, you know, if Zedd had punished that, if Zedd had CE'd that punish, it would have won him the set. Is such a big mistake. Like, sometimes the small thing is the big mistake, and like, we could come up with so many examples, right? I'm just being very vague, so I won't get into it too much more, but I hate watching like over half of the commentators in this community because they are so focused on just doing a live VOD review. Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares. Address the things that people may not know or may not touch on that are important or interesting. Okay? Don't be referencing every punish or duckable string. And yeah, it is. He does that with Valdo to prep demonic elbow. That's why he does it. Is he jumps back, and then he does 666. And if you do something, he'll do B. And if you don't, he doesn't do anything. That's what he does. That's why he does it. It's a good idea. It's unique. But the reason why it works is because if he doesn't want a demonic elbow, Valdo can jump back into CE, and the CE twirls backwards, right? So it's like a super backstep. So it works with Valdo. You could do it with other characters, but demonic elbow has a lethal hit associated with it, so it's a good way to enable demonic elbow. It's not the only character, but makes it work.
Challenge your limits.
Yeah, I think a part of the problem, I was going to say, part of the problem with the Caliber casters is I don't think anyone's actually told them, like, they kind of suck.
Your desire.
Battle one.
And unfortunately, that's because it's just the game's not popular enough to warrant it. And if more offlines were a thing, I think we would see more standard. Like, I think there'd be more typical casters, but right now it's like whoever the friends are of the online TOs, or whoever's already been doing it. Like, I'm not saying these casters are bad or good, but just to explain what I mean, you have the same 3 people casting Wednesday night fights every single Wednesday, but maybe if all 3 of them are dog shit, no one's ever said anything, because it's never mattered, right? And so, you know, that's kind of why I think that these These people who are casting, they're doing it because they want to, and you can never fault that, right? I'm never going to sit here and criticize people for wanting to be involved. Ever, right? Don't misunderstand. But I do think these people, some of these people, do struggle to identify, oh, that's not a combo. Struggle to identify the mistakes they're making, and I really wish that, like, TOs would maybe address it, or, I don't know. Maybe people in Twitch chat should speak up a bit, because I'm only one guy, and my opinion is my standard is very high, especially because a lot of people who do cast Caliber have now been doing it long enough that frankly there's no excuse. There's no excuse that for having this nonsensical double color caster bullshit. Or in some cases, absolutely zero focus on the game. We're well into the life of the game. There's no reason for that. All this movement's niche. Yeah, that's true. His backstep, sidestep, it all changes depending if he's front or back. His hitbox is further back on the upper half than his lower half. Super weird. Super weird. What? Hello? If the game was new, I'd be way more forgiving of my caster criticisms. The game is far from new. Oh. Yeah, it's partially why fighting Talim is so annoying to me, because she's just so floaty. She has a lot of like tech jumps and moves that legitimately jump. That landing you can land so many sour hits against her. It's so irritating. Yeah, that's kind of what I do for commentary to a point. I'm certainly not the hype man. My fault he whiffed. I've thought about one day just kind of addressing the casting in the Caliber community as a whole. Especially, especially if I get the job that I'm trying to get, that I might get. I'm pretty confident. It'll actually be my job to deal with those sort of things. And so I think that if I can get the job I'm gonna hopefully get, I can maybe in some way make the Caliber tournament environment even better. I don't know. Maybe. Oh, nice block. Come on now. Oh. That was tragic. Huh. Ah! 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 Getting cheesed out a little bit now. Ah! Alright, we're not out, but tragic.
To reach my goal of
I also want to be clear, like, it's more just discussion. I'm not, it really doesn't impact me that much. I just, having spoken to people who try to spectate the game and who aren't competitive, I know that they're annoyed. And so, some of these people actually don't watch anymore because they're just tired of the bullshit. Tired of the bullshit commentary. Oh.
Final battle. Fight.
Oh. Oop. I don't know why I was so late to that. We're almost finally D1. Only taken forever, given that we don't find people in the ranks to gain rank.
Battle 1. Fight.
Uh-oh. Cool. Perfectly timed to get up. Wow, you really just committed to that, didn't you? Ah! No! No.
Battle 2. Fight.
Okay. Okay. Why Aswell? I've had an Aswell for what? No, I didn't just step that slide K. No. I didn't. I swear. I don't know. I've had a pocket Aswell since season 1, and he has the range that I want. He's definitely not the pick that I should be playing though. But I don't know. He's who I'm having fun with these days, even though I don't think he's very good. Oh, and again, I wouldn't be so critical on the casting if I haven't literally watched every relevant modern esport to date within the last 2 years. And if you don't believe me, I could sit here and list so many. That's why I'm allowed to be critical of, what'd you clip? Had to be critical of, caliber casters. Oh, the bounce? Yeah. Oh no! Checkbox low a lot. Ah! Competitive when you have the chance. I'm bored listening to. Didn't punish it minus 12 character strong this patch? Yeah, exactly. Like time and place and quantity. And all of them really struggle at that last one. The quantity of... Everyone's trying to flex their knowledge, but it's like, hey, you want to flex your knowledge? Why don't you make some goddamn content, instead of being a god-awful caster. Thanks. Like, and that's toxic. That's like a very toxic opinion, but it's true.
Battle 4. Fight.
Feel the power of reason. Now is the time for progress. Any thoughts?
That it?
There.
Oh, that's supposed to be 4-4B. Tips for playing as X against people with 3-bar connection. Yeah, a lot of 2-2B. A stupid amount of 2-2B. Wow, I promoted with 1 extra RP. Let's go.
Battle 1. Fight.
Ow. Do something dumb. Oh, I wasn't in a weapon. Never mind. Ow. Why am I still fighting this guy? Oh yeah, because it's someone near my rank. Ah.
Battle 2. Fight.
The reason I say 2-2B is because you can mash it out. And it'll just eat everything. And then yeah, throw a lot.
Battle 3. Fight.
Oh! Oh, okay. Hello. Okay, hello. Fuck. Not a real combo, that's why it's so good. No! Dude, the amount that this homie just REs.
Battle 4. Fight.
2-way while rising a S6X grab. I mean, I do that in normally. The reason why I may not recommend that is people get mashy on lag, and that loses to mash. How many times am I going to hit this today?
Any thoughts?
Blessings for those who have repeatedly.
Hey, Destro. Wow, we went from getting like 100 to 240. Let's go. Hog.
Abandon the sense of reason.
Any stance on lag? Yes and no. If you have good transitions, they become stupid good. But Chunghua's stance transitions are almost all like minus on hit and block. Street Fighter 5. I've tried it. I actually don't have much to say about that game, and the reason why is the reason I don't play it is because I just didn't like the feel of the game at all. It felt super sluggish. The way that combos worked, how it basically felt like hit confirming every single button and every single combo move. It was like you couldn't dial up anything. You couldn't like it was all just not frame perfect, but it all felt like it just had to be so tight just to do a simple combo. And I'm like, bruh, why? This feels so unnecessary. Everything's, yeah, slow. It's not very fluid. I don't need games to be fast. I like slow-paced games, but God, it just feels so clunky. Is the best way to put it for me. I did not like the feel of my first impression. So. Here we go. I can hit him with the swag. Ready? Ah! Wow, first command throw you've landed. Okay, I'll wait till the next round. Never mind.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong of spirit.
Curtains have fallen on your performance. Battle 1. Fight!
Okay. That's I know, right? I'm trash.
Interesting. Battle 2. Fight!
Oh, the tech crouch.
Battle 3. Fight!
Yeah, I'm shocked this guy is playing me as much as he is. She, he, they, whatever. Have a good one. Ah! Oh, I blocked that. But yeah, ever since that first experience, Street Fighter is probably the mainstream fighter I watch the least. I don't find it very fun to watch. I'll still watch it here or there, but definitely not as much as others. This dude just does not want to get 2-bar CE'd. Oh. That's so funny. Don't do it. Okay, thanks. He didn't move at all. Like, he didn't throw a single attack. He's so spooked. Wow, I'm a god. Wow, I'm actually hacking. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm a bot.
Excellently done.
Blessings for those who have repeated.
Curtains have fallen on your performance.
I just jumped that low like it was no one's business. Oh man.
Battle 1. Fight.
Bam! That's because Spooky Channel has literally the best Street Fighter players in North America. So yeah, they'll make it at least somewhat interesting. Ow. Ow. Okay. That was so delayed. I was not expecting that out of this guy. I'm out zoning the zoner. That's the funny part.
A worthy performance.
Battle 3. Fight.
Interesting.
Shit, I waited too long. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep, nice whip. Bam.
Think again. Wanna be
Hey, bud.
Battle 4. Fight.
No. No. What is happening? Alright. I think I beat this IV up enough.
Abandon their sense of reason or despair or hope.
Smash Ultimate? I think it's so boring. I think Smash sets last way too long. How is it fair that that game gets best of 5 in a normal bracket, and yet every other fighter, basically that isn't MK, gets best out of 3? Like, fuck off. Those games last forever. True. Like, especially Melee. Oh my god. Why does Melee need to be best of 5? Like, are you serious? So stupid. Like, it's so ridiculous. That's not even fun. Like, I wouldn't even want to compete in that environment. Shit would just take way too long. I have to go take a leak in mid-set because I'm like, oh, sorry, that was 20 minutes. Hold on. Like, God. They really do, you know? They don't shower because their sets take so long. They don't have time. We really do. Right, but why make it best of 5 then? Like, make competition best of 3. Another YouTube sub. Wow, that's like 10 YouTube subs today. Let's go. Loggers. Best of 5 at top 8. Yeah. Oh, no. So, what I'm saying is, what I just to be clear on my intentions of saying that is, one Smash game takes way too long. for a best of 5 format. That's all. Hey Nick. Like, it takes way too long to be a best of 5 outside of, like, the finals. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And like MK11, yeah, those matches end so fast. Like, I can understand how NRS games have been best of 5. I'm actually okay with that because those matches end so fast, and counterpicking in that game is so important. Like, you really never see people one trick in that game, in those games. That's just not something you do. Like, the matchup relevancy is so important in MK11, so it makes sense. But Smash, pff, one game takes way too long. There's no reason it should be best of 5. No reason. Bitch. Oh. I tried to GI or auto GI that. I was slow. What? What? Oh my god, this connection sucks. Oh, nice. We whiffed because Valdo. But yeah, Smash Grand Finals can take so long. It's ridiculous. Well, Smash any bracket takes way too long. What? I step, bro! God! Why is Azwell so fat? It's awful. Shit. Yep. I agree. Caliber basically save for like maybe 2 or 3 matchups in the game. You are always in the running. Why is that hitting me, dude? Oh, okay. Thought he was gonna go for 4-4A as he's been doing the whole time. Wow. Tekken used to be that way, but since Season 4, the game pace has slowed down a little. God, Azwell literally can't step Baldo. What the fuck? Like, I know where you can step this character. What the fuck? What is this? Give Azwell movement, please. Holy. That was nice. But, God, dude. Why is Azwell so fat, dude? No character deserves to have movement as bad as Azwell's or Siegfried's. Like, there's no reason at this point. Look at that! Why is that hitting me? Mantis? You can step Mantis, though! It's not good, though. Whoa! Okay, well that's me getting run countered, straight up. But, like... Oh, God. Like, this is just awful. What? Leak? Are you serious, dude? Oh my... this is one of my biggest complaints about this character, as well. His movement is so bad. For no reason. Wow, I stepped it. Holy shit, I stepped it. And that whiffed. That's too bad. Wow. Wow, I stepped something. Oh, block this? Hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, what? I thought I was in sword. Hello? Nani? Drops because Valdo. Yeah. Oh, this is fine. He's more axe low. Yeah. Sure. Not wrong. Okay, come on. Step it. What? Like that? What? It's such a joke. It's such a joke. Oh, Lord. Oh. Come on, bro. I blocked this. Hello? Oh my god. The GI. Wow.
Final battle. Fight.
Feel the power of reason.
There. My god. Wrath?
Claim victory
Yeah,
and bask
he's
in
good.
glory.
His offense isn't quite what it used to be. But ever since the vertical changes, you can actually sidestep the character now.
Battle 1. Fight.
Out? Oh. What a block. What? Wow. That rung him out. Catch you later.
Battle 2.
Thanks for popping by. As always. We can do it. We can step something. Oh, and whiff everything. It's fine. He doesn't swing there, which is so weird. He's +6. Okay. Okay. Give me crouch throw. My god. Alright, so he doesn't know frame data. Got it. That's just been concluded. Bitch. Oh, I swung. No. Fuck.
To reach my goal.
Fight.
Solomon Valdo. Can you get fucking wake up CEs out of my Soul Calibur game? Thanks. Appreciate it. Bitch. 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 Get out! Dumb bitch.
Final battle. Fight.
Can Voldo block while in the crawling? No. And if your character has any semblance of a decent sidestep, you can just step it constantly in neutral. Wait for him to use the A attack or the 4A attack from stance. Yeah. Roundtable was just bad across the board, actually. Like, not even just for Tekken and Caliber, but all of them. They were all awful. What was the point? Like, it didn't even seem worth it. What announcements? That people already knew Ino because her picture was already listed. People already, the Street Fighter update wasn't anything new. We already knew about that. And I guess Sam Show is getting a Guilty Gear character, but like, come on, who cares? Like, it was just so bad across the board. The audio production, or the production in general, was a fucking joke. Hour and a half in and we're still having audio problems. Are you kidding me? Stop touching it. Stop touching the button. Like, the... Oh my god. Someone must have brought their kid to work day or something. Because, like... Such a joke. It was such a waste of my time to watch that nonsense. Not just, again, not because of Caliber, but just for all the fighting games. Like, I wanted to see what's new, like what's going on. And in the conversation of netcode, not a single one of the devs was like, yeah, actually, we are taking great strides to now improve our netcode. Not a single dev actually said that. So... So who gives a shit? Samso? Yeah, but it's SNK. They don't make a whole lot. Oh, this guy again? Yeah, the only dev who was saying anything relevant during the network discussions was Harada regarding the Wi-Fi, the amount of Wi-Fi players. And the guy who made Guilty Gear, whatever his name was. Kataro? Like that. They were going on about how they made their own system. But not a single dev was like, yeah, so, you know, we're working on improving our netcode. No, not a single dev said that. Such a joke. Ah! Yeah. That's why I hope Guilty Gear pops off for no reason other than its netcode. Give all these other devs a fucking wake-up call. Again, though, I am worried for the game in that Guilty Gear players don't really like the game. Like, that's a problem. So you're gonna sort of rely on new blood to... Not entirely. Like, I guarantee competitors will still play, but there will be some who don't play. And, you know, you're gonna rely on new blood to keep the game relevant. Kinda sucks. I hope I'm wrong, for the sake of the game. The bazooka, yes. Oh, I ducked. That is not the combo, but... Yeah, that's a pretty common, like, for Guilty Gear players, that's a pretty common opinion. And like some of the most notable players too. Oops. Oh my gosh, please. No! You swapped me as soon as I hit the button. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Be first. An Iron Chain character? Yeah, like from Soul Calibur 3, but not just a blend of Taki and Ivy. I really liked Ezio because he, like, my favorite thing about Ezio was he was a multi-weapon character. That's something we need in Calibur. It was just cool that he had, you know, hidden blade, the dagger, the sword, the crossbow. It was cool. I'm not talking like multi-stance either. I'm just saying like, even if it was just aesthetic, like just the moves that you used were different weapons just for, like as well, but not as well. You know, like they just have, they're geared out, right? Like if you brought in like a demon hunter, right? Or like someone who's part of Grow's, the faction that Grow was with, the Order, and one of them wielded like a bunch of shit, that would just be cool. Just a lot of different weapons. Again, probably just aesthetic, or maybe tie in some lethal hits or traits, right, to do with the different weapons. Kind of as well-ish. Oh jeez. A bow? Yeah, that'd be cool. Even as a melee weapon. Bitch. I know how to counter that. Come on. Come on. BTD. Oof, as soon as I moved. Oh wow, that doesn't work against I-10s. That's good to know. Oh, I don't have a weapon! Oh, okay, that explains everything. Bam! Katana like as in MK?
Excellently done. The curtains have fallen on your performance.
Where's my Dynasty Warriors Quest character? Honestly. Where's my Pang Tong? He casts spells on the battlefield. Hey, Ron. Ah! We're still 4 watching. Hey man, it's all good. Thank you. Wow, what? Here for education. Well, we're gonna wrap it up here soon. I have to make dinner before Wednesday night fights. Oh, too bad I finished it. And since they moved Wednesday night fights to be an hour earlier, I now have to eat an hour earlier. Joe? No, this is I'm Biaswell, and I'm fighting against BTD. Oh no. Shit, I wasn't actually looking at my screen. It dropped! Why? Why did that drop? Oh no, that was supposed to be a step, not a crouch. Oh, whoops. Oh, come on, where's my 2TB? Nice. Hey. Oh, he stepped this time. I don't know why I went for it again, considering we've already established that doesn't work against I-10s. Ooh, that was nice. Oh, that was a misinput. Raisins! Got him. Okay, hold on. Lady called, I didn't answer, left me a voicemail, let me listen to it. Okay, couple more. She was just calling about dinner. I don't know, man. My Azul's getting there, but it just feels... He just doesn't feel good. I don't know. Like, I just want him to have some defensive option. Like, give me something. Give me a default 2K. Give me a not so ass reversal edge. Give me something.
A battle of destiny. Challenge your limits.
Katzen Odshen? They'd play Ivy. Ivy has a similar problem, just better movement. She is your calling. Probably. Probably. Just a matter of sitting down and doing it for more than, I mean, I don't know, 2 days is quite a while. Oh, okay, nice, Azul. Bam, bam, bam. Wow, I just got flexed on. Go low. Another reverse ledge. Wow. Oh. 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 Let me play. Okay. So that's one. Let's hit the swords one now. Now the shield. Or no, the axe, excuse me. Now I need 2 bars. There we go. Oh, I need 2 bars again. I definitely mashed it out, so I got the real combo, not the flash combo. And it's too late now for the lethal hit. Feels bad. There we go. You know, I wonder what they were thinking when they designed this CE. Like, someone somewhere had to come up with the idea to make it do just 1 trillion damage. Yeah, man, that's what RE is good for. The only thing it's good for. That and closing out a round.
Challenge your limits.
Don't mind the meter. In the last round.
Battle 1. Fight.
Wow, dude. A backstep on While Rising B, though. Oh no, I'm weaponless.
Battle 2. Fight.
Okay. You wanna play Nooch? You wanna play Nooch? I'll show you Nooch.
Battle 3. Fight.
The thing with Killick is he doesn't have any like anything about him that's super like really good. He's just sort of ho hum. Not that he's bad, he's just not explosive. And then his soul charge is the only time he's a real character, and it's kind of like Siegfried, like in Dark Legacy. That's not enough to, wow, that's not enough to say that a character is good if it relies on being in soul charge or being in Dark Legacy, right? He's a solid character. He's relatively safe. He's very flexible, but you really need to be explosive in some degree to be good in Caliber 6. Killick is just not that kind of character. I played it, yeah. My problem is I don't really like any of the characters in the game, to be honest, so I don't have a great opinion of it. It's okay. I think Roman cancels control way too much of the game, though. I actually don't think it's going to be very cool or interesting, because you basically have to spend your bar on Roman cancels, otherwise nothing converts at all. And furthermore, on that note, the Roman cancels give you, yeah, you just can't combo without it. But with it, you can get almost touch of deaths. What? What about it? Okay. So yeah, I don't really like any of the characters, and oh no. That was my problem with the game. There's like no zoners in that game, and no, let me be clear. There are zoners with buttons, but there's no like projectile character in that game. And I like me some projectiles and special moves. I'm all about special moves in a 2D game. And special moves aren't actually that common in that game. It's more about the buttons, believe it or not. Oh no. 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 Pipe died in a few months. Well, the netcode's really good, so, but don't expect to see it at any tournaments. There will be onlines for it, probably. Given that the netcode is so good, you can actually run online tournaments, whereas most anime games, you can't. Like, it's not even a consideration. So. Is that a rank up? Alright. Alright. This will be my last one, chat. Aswell's finally out of the D ranks. Took him long enough. My goodness. Oh no. You'd think I was playing Abyss Commando. I broke that. Hello? Oh no. Down low. Yo, I got you.
Battle 2. Fight.
Oops. I guess I hit 888A. It was supposed to be 88A. Oh yeah, Wednesday night fight starts in about 45 minutes, by the way. I'll probably play as well, to be honest. Yes, it worked. I was hoping he was gonna do that.
The goddess of victory smiles upon the strong spirit.
Yeet! We got him. We got him. That was sick. So yeah, watch that if you want more caliber, and let's see who we're sending it off to. Alright, so I passed over my Twitch folks, YouTube folks, thanks for watching, and I will catch you later.